The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Public Order Bill, second reading.
The reasoned amendment in the name of the Leader of the Opposition has been selected. I call the Secretary of State to move the second reading. Priti Patel.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that the bill now be read a second time. Madam Deputy Speaker, from day one, this government has put the safety and the interests of the law-abiding majority first. We put 13,500 more police on the streets, and we are on track to reach nearly 20,000 new police officers by March next year. I think I can make some progress, if that's okay, Madam Deputy Speaker. This Conservative government understands that if you are going to cut crime, level up the country and make sure people feel safe in their homes, on public transport and on the street. We need to back our police officers by giving them the powers and the tools they need to fight crime and protect the public. This was one of the main purposes, Madam Deputy Speaker, of the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Act, which members opposite voted against. It also requires proper investment, which is why we are funding the police to a tune of almost £17 billion this year, and we are helping the police tackle violence against women and girls through major investment in safer streets measures, CCTV and greater street lighting and initiatives across the country. Earlier this month, I announced that I'm strengthening stop and search powers because stop and search is vital to get knives and weapons off our streets and save lives. Each weapon removed from our streets is a potential life saved. More than 50,000 weapons have been seized since 2019 already, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've also authorised special constables to carry and use tasers. The police service, Madam Deputy Speaker, is not just an institution, but a collection of professional and dedicated people. They are extremely brave, as are their families. And the introduction of the Police Covenant will ensure that we do right by the officers and their loved ones who do so much to support them. Recently, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've seen a rise in criminal, disruptive and self-defeating tactics from a supremely selfish minority. Their actions divert police resources away from communities where they are needed the most, needed to prevent serious violence and neighbourhood crime. And we are seeing parts of the country grind to a halt. Transport networks have been halted, printing presses have been blocked, and fuel supplies, Madam Deputy Speaker, have been disrupted. People have been unable to get to work and go about their lives free from harassment. And shamefully, they've even been prevented from getting to hospital. This is reprehensible behaviour, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I will not tolerate it. I will give way.
Thank the Home Secretary for giving way. I'm particularly interested in this bill and see if it will target people like Extinction Rebellion founder Roger Hallam, who I was reading about recently. He said that he would block an ambulance carrying a dying patient in order to make his political point. Will the Home Secretary ensure that people who would go to those extremes will be properly targeted by this legislation and thrown in jail if they do such actions?
Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and we should not be tolerating behaviour of this nature that ultimately prevents people from going about their day-to-day business and, as I've already said to the House, stopping people from getting to hospital and literally living their lives. We've already brought forward measures to address some of these matters, but, Madam Deputy Speaker, that was in the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Bill. But while the bill is now an act, the unelected other place blocked several of these measures, and I have to say they were urged on and egged on by benches opposite. But then again, we should not be surprised, as Labour is weak on crime and weak on the causes of crime, and they only seem to care about the rights of the criminals. And since January 2019, more than 10,000 foreign national offenders have been removed from the United Kingdom. In the last month alone, flights have gone to Albania, Romania, Poland, Lithuania and Jamaica. Madam Deputy Speaker, it was actually a Labour government that oversaw the UK Borders Act in 2007, which requires a deportation order to be made where a foreign national offender has been convicted of an offence in the UK and sentenced to 12 months or more unless an exception applies. But now, Madam Deputy Speaker, yet again, Labour members, including members of the Shadow Cabinet, demand that we stop the removal of dangerous foreign criminals. They refuse to support the Nationality and Borders Act, which makes it easier to remove people with no right to be here, including foreign national offenders. Dangerous criminals, Madam Deputy Speaker, including paedophiles, murderers and rapists, are still many in this country because of them. So it is no surprise, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Labour thinks that mobs should be allowed to run riot. But I will not stand by and let antisocial individuals participate in, Madam Deputy Speaker, in disruptive and criminal damage in the type of activity that is standing in the way of letting people live their lives and causing chaos and miseries for others. The Public Order Bill will empower the police to take more proactive action to protect the rights of the public to go about their lives in peace. I will give way.
Thank the Home Secretary for giving way, and I do hope she gives way to my colleague on the front bench in due course. I've been listening very carefully to the Home Secretary. In the context of this standards of living emergency, we've got a situation where the government is threatening anti-trade union legislation, where it's pursuing a voter suppression strategy through voter ID, and now we see these draconian anti-protest laws being brought in. Will the Home Secretary come clean and admit that it's because this government knows its economic policies are going to be increasingly unpopular, they want to remove everyone's right to resist and fight back, whether that be voting, industrial action or peaceful protest?
Order. Let me just make this clear. The honourable gentleman has indicated to me that he would like to speak in the debate and that he would like to speak not at the end of the debate. But he's just made half of his speech. So it puts me in rather a difficult position, and I hope everyone else will remember that. Interventions are good for debates, but it has to be short. Home Secretary.
Speaker. Well, of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me just put some of this into the honourable gentleman's remarks into context. First and foremost, the right to protest is part of the freedom and democracy that we all cherish in our country, and no one should interfere with that right at all. But what I would suggest, Madam Deputy Speaker, and to all honourable members on the opposite benches, some of them who frequently, if I may, write to me to complain about the removal of criminals and foreign national offenders and so forth, that when it comes to the type of protests, Madam Deputy Speaker, that are specific to the Public Order Bill, they are the type of protest groups that have caused a significant amount of disruption. And the honourable gentleman speaks about economic policies, costs of living, costs of the taxpayers. Recent protests, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may say so, the protests around HS2 has led to an estimated cost of £122 million. Police and Extinction Rebellion protests between the period of April and October 2019 cost the public purse £37 million. And the Just Stop Oil protests, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, as Essex members of Parliament, I mean, we will appreciate this along with our constituents, Essex Police alone were left with costs of £4.6 million. If I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is resource from the front line that is used elsewhere, resource that could be used to protect in our communities, and that is why these measures are so important. And what I would say, Madam Deputy Speaker, as well, we all passionately believe in causes, and the honourable gentleman and others across both sides of the House actually speak with passion on a range of causes. We are advocates, we are representatives of the people ourselves in this House. But we do not make policy, Madam Deputy Speaker, as a country through mob rule, through disruption in the way in which we have seen, Madam Deputy Speaker. No democracy can do that. No democracy needs to do that. And the protesters involved in these types of examples that I have presented, Madam Deputy Speaker, have better routes, alternative routes to make their voices heard. And they know that. And I will give way, and then I will come back as well.
I'm very grateful to the Home Secretary for giving way, Madam Deputy Speaker. She talks about the Stop the Oil. Does she share my concerns that the Stop the Oil seem to think that cooking oil is something that we should be stopping in this country?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. And again, I think as a country and as a House, when we are confronted with challenges around livelihoods, well-being, cost of living right now, these protesters are actually not doing a great deal to actually support individuals to get to work, to go out there and actually support their families. And we have to be very, very conscious about all of that. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman because he did stand up first.
I thank the Home Secretary for giving way. In the retail business park called Trident in my constituency, a young woman has just been beaten senseless. Her jaw's been broken in 4 places. The Home Secretary spoke to mob rule. It was a bunch, a minority of young people believe that they're given a free rein. Lack of neighbourhood policing, lack of community policing. Look, cuts have consequences. 22,000 police would cut over 12 years. Those have serious consequences to people's lives. What's the Home Secretary going to do about that? That's a real noise in communities.
The gentleman has highlighted an appalling case, an absolutely appalling case. Serious violence against his constituent, Madam Deputy Speaker, appalling levels of violence that we should not be tolerating at all. But if I may, and with all respect to the honourable gentleman, he represents a party that actually has voted against the work of this government on police, crime, sentencing and courts, and also the resources that we put into policing. He's asked what are we doing about this. Our unequivocal support and backing to the police is absolutely based upon that, along with ensuring that actually criminal sentencing and prosecutions go up, working with the Ministry of Justice and ensuring that alongside that we provide the resources to make sure the perpetrators are brought to justice. And with respect, Madam Deputy Speaker, the party opposite has repeatedly voted against that. I will give way.
I prefer the cheery version of the Home Secretary, if I'm honest. But look, in my constituency in the Rhondda, we have a very high level of domestic abuse. It's higher than in any other neighbouring constituency. The local police really want to do something about this, working with all the other agencies. But one of the problems is that because of the shift pattern, quite often the police officer that started dealing with the case isn't then the police officer who's available when the member of the public has to, or the victim of the domestic abuse has to get back in touch. How can we restructure the police so that we really are tackling the big issues that affect places like the Rhondda?
Well, look, first of all, let me just thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention. And actually, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to offer the honourable gentleman the chance to come and have a conversation with me about local policing in his area. No, primarily because there are a couple of points that I do want to make here, first of all. He's asked actually a useful question about structuring policing. When it comes to domestic abuse and domestic violence, there is a lot of work taking place right now in this area. And actually, we want consistency across all police forces in terms of how victims are treated, how to address the whole issue around perpetrators, the support that goes actually directly to the front line, and actually raising the bar. You're very welcome, if I may, to come and have further conversations about this. But within the context, Madam Deputy Speaker, of this bill, you know, if the police weren't having to use the amount of resourcing that these protesters are absolutely consuming, there would be more policing in the community, more support for his constituents and all our constituents as well, and that is something that we'd all welcome. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. 5 years ago, in the run-up to the 2017 general election, an organised group of people forced their way onto my property and where my family were living, and we just had a young baby, and we were forced out for 3 days under police protection whilst they stay on top of our roof with loud hailers. Unfortunately, they weren't able to be moved on by the police because at that time trespass was just a civil matter. And although we've strengthened the law since then, what is in this bill that could help people who may find themselves in, if not in exactly that situation, something similar, which is very distressing and harassing for people on their own private property?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for his question, but also I'm afraid he's highlighted just the appalling nature of what we see. That is not peaceful protest at all, not peaceful protest. That is threatening, that's intimidating, and he will know too well, particularly as someone in public life, implications of that. But of course he's asked directly in relation to this bill, and serious disruption prevention orders will help hugely with that. And that is why this bill is so significant. And if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, when it comes to protesters, they do have routes to have their voices heard. And with that, better routes and avenues to change policy, and they know that. And with, of course, that, Madam Deputy Speaker, a free society does not tolerate interference in our democratic free press and in the printing or distribution of our newspapers. And as we know, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've also seen that in the last few years. And nobody civilised would dream of stopping someone from getting to work or from letting Children go to school, Madam Deputy Speaker, let alone blocking ambulances, and I'm afraid we have seen all these examples all too frequently. So we will not be deterred from backing the police and standing up for the law-abiding majority, and that's what this public order bill does. So firstly, Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill introduces a new offence for locking on and going equipped to lock on, criminalising the protest tactic of people intentionally causing pandemonium by locking themselves on to busy roads, building or scaffolding. Locking on can be an extremely dangerous and disruptive tactic, with protesters locking on from great heights, placing themselves not only at risk but also those of the police removal teams. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I spent a great deal of time with some of these specialist, highly trained and equipped police removal teams, and the tactics that they are experiencing are heavily dangerous, while also, as we've just touched on, Madam Deputy Speaker, while wasting and draining a significant amount of police time and resources. I will give way.
On the issue of the offence of locking on, the bill says it's a defence for a person charged to prove they had a reasonable excuse for the act mentioned. If their excuse is they were trying to stop the destruction of a historic building or trying to protect a site of special scientific interest from destruction, would that be reasonable, and would that be a defence of the purported crime of locking on?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman naturally raises the type of questions that will also be brought up into committee. But if I may just use the recent examples that we have seen around, for example, he may be familiar with this, even with the HS2 works. There were specific sites that were targeted under the guise of environmental concerns and all sorts of significant places as well. And these are considerations, obviously, that this bill has to and should take into account in terms of the police commitments, the level of violence and, if I may, serious disruption that is also brought around with some of these tactics too. Madam Deputy Speaker, secondly, we are strengthening the security of our transport networks, oil terminals and printing presses by creating new criminal offences of obstructing major transport works and interfering with key national infrastructure. I will give way.
For the Home Secretary giving way. With regards to the offences of locking on, we've seen people gluing themselves to various roads and gates and things like that. Would that be covered under this bill?
Well, my honourable friend, the answer is yes. Absolutely highlights just some of the tactics, and these are only some of the tactics that he's referring to. I have seen, Madam Deputy Speaker, the sheer manpower and resource, excessive resource, from our specialist policing teams, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is used to literally de-glue protesters. And this takes hours and hours and hours at significant cost and resources. So that is just one example, along with the locking on example. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, we cannot be passive when individuals target our infrastructure and major infrastructure works and projects. And I've just already mentioned HS2 Limited estimates that ongoing protester action has cost them already more than £122 million. And the recent action by Just Stop Oil against oil terminals and fuel stations, so it's the terminals and fuel stations, so forecourts of fuel stations, have shown further that the police need additional powers to deal with this and combat this. Thirdly, we are providing the police with the power to stop and search for equipment used for certain public order offences so that they can prevent disruption from happening in the first place. And if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure the House will be interested to just have an insight and hear that the police have, over the last year, and in fact just over a year, found all the equivalent to training camps where these tactics and groups have come together, where they've been hoarding and harvesting equipment. I won't give way. So that they now have the powers to disrupt this type of activity from happening in the first place. The police have indicated that these powers will help them proactively prevent the disruption that offences such as locking on can cause, while the suspicionless stop and search powers will help the police respond quickly in fast pace and dealing with protests. I'll give way briefly.
for giving way. I'm really concerned that this bill will allow police officers to stop and search protesters without suspicion. Does the Secretary of State really think that that is fair and right, that innocent people should be or allowed to be stopped and searched where there is no suspicion? And does the Secretary of State also think that is the best use and the best resource use of police time?
Well, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think if I should just put this into context, and in fact, if I may remind the House that HMI have argued that stop and search powers would be an effective tool for the police in this case. And stop and search as well is a critical tool, it's a crucial tool in policing. And as I've already highlighted, Madam Deputy Speaker, stop and search when it comes to saving lives and preventing the loss of life is absolutely crucial. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. I'm a little concerned about the point raised by the right honourable gentleman for Dundee East, because many, if not most, of these protesters feel that their cause is the most important thing in the world. In fact, some of them think they're saving the world. And if, therefore, they're able to give excuses of that sort by way of a reasonable explanation of what they're doing, isn't the legislation leaving a loophole? And in particular, I have in mind some previous cases where anti-nuclear protesters broke into military bases and damaged military equipment, and certain courts felt that they should be acquitted because their motives were to try and prevent nuclear war, even if in fact it has the opposite effect.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may, I think first of all that'll be for the court to decide in terms of outcomes. But at the same time, I think it's worth the House noting as well, just with recent protests, both, I think, if I may, with Extinction Rebellion, the number of arrests were over 4,000, Insulate Britain, over 1,000 arrests, Just Stop Oil, over 800 arrests. And within that, so I've already touched on the cost of policing, but also the level of criminality and criminal damage that was associated, which is why those cases have gone further. And of course, when it comes to the type of measures, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, just carry on in terms of the fourth measure that we are introducing, which is the new preventative court order around the serious disruption prevention order, targeting protesters who are determined to repeatedly inflict disruption on the public, but also cause, I won't give way, serious criminal damage. And that is one of the most recent features that we have been seeing around the level of disruption. And I have to say, threats to public safety, particularly with the oil protests, and I've recently visited some of the sites and been in touch with some of the companies involved as well, their sites that have been targeted. The threat to life, the threat to the local areas as well, around the tactics that have been used are very, very serious. So through these measures, through the fourth measure, an individual will have to be convicted of 2 or more protest-related offences or instances of behaviour at protests which cause or could have caused serious disruption. And with that, Madam Deputy Speaker, the courts will have the discretion to impose any requirements and prohibitions they deem necessary to prevent individuals from inflicting further serious disruption at protests. And I will give way one last time.
For giving way. But is she aware that there is a direct comparison between the Russian law on assemblies passed by Putin and the measures that she's proposing? They can chunter from the benches opposite, but these measures go further than Vladimir Putin's laws on assembly. Is she not slightly embarrassed and uncomfortable at that comparison?
Madam Deputy Speaker, with respect to the honourable gentleman, I think, first of all, to equate the actions of the Russian state in suppressing the views of actually the brave Russian citizens who speak to oppose Putin's war, brutal war, with our proportionate updating of the long-established legal framework for policing protests is just wrong, if I may say so, and misguided. That is not the case. These measures, Madam Deputy Speaker, are not about clamping down on free speech. Let me just be very clear about that. But to protect the public from serious disruption of their daily lives caused by harmful protests, if I may say so. I will give way. I said I'll give way last time. I will give way.
I thank the Home Secretary for giving way.
My constituents in Sleaford and North Hykeham have been horrified to see people disrupted by not being able to get to the hospitals, children not being able to get to school, people not being able to work. But they've also been concerned about the huge economic impact. Can she tell us how much these policing operations have cost? Because my constituents believe this money, and I believe this money could be much better spent on proper policing, rather than having to police protesters causing disruption.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and her constituents are right to be outraged and concerned, and she's voicing their concerns as their representative here. On the Extinction Rebellion protests, just in 2019, the cost to the public purse was £37 million. The HS2 cost, as I've said, the estimate is about £122 million. In Essex, in my own county, I've spent a great deal of time with the amazing teams there, and the costs there have literally been over £4.6 million. And if I may, when I visited the Navigator site myself, I met police officers from Scotland, Wales, and Devon and Cornwall. And that is the extent of policing resources that are having to be brought in to police these particular protests. I will finally give way one last time.
I'm very grateful to my right for giving way, and I may be perhaps the sole slight dissenting voice on these benches about some of these provisions. It's when my right friend talks about the specific examples, particularly around infrastructure, I think the population can get strongly behind those points. But a number of the clauses in the bill are drawn very broadly, and I think there's a legitimate concern that they may be applied in those areas. What reassurance can my honourable friend give me that she's looking for a very tightly scripted bill rather than one that has a general threat on our freedoms?
My honourable friend for his question and his comments, because he's absolutely right. Now, that is the purpose of scrutiny of the bill. We absolutely know, Madam Deputy Speaker, from the last few years, 2 years of protest activity that we have seen, there are certain requests and powers that the police are seeking to get clarification on, and effectively looking at how the courts can work in a much better way in terms of taking action and dealing with this, and actually making sure that policing resources are not being cannibalised and used in this particular way. And that is why I think the points that he has made, and the policing minister who will be working through this, we are right to focus on literally the core aspects of disruption and the key tenets that need to be addressed. So finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are lowering the rank of officers to whom the Commissioners of the City of London and the Metropolitan Police Forces can delegate powers to prohibit or set conditions on protest, and the rank is being lowered from Assistant Commissioner to Commander. This is very significant in London because of the extent of activity that we've seen in London, but this will bring London forces in line with forces across England, Wales and Scotland, whose chief officers can already delegate their powers to the Commander equivalent rank of Assistant Chief Constable. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is not only criminals who have rights, but the public needs Parliament to put the law-abiding majority first. And with that, that means backing this bill and backing the measures that have been outlined in this bill, so that the law-abiding majority can go about their day-to-day business and live their lives freely.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Do you know what? I actually will. I was deeply disappointed that the Home Secretary once again, sadly, would not take an intervention from me. It is deeply disappointing that how free she seems to be of any of the questions I raised, and once again, they would have been extremely factual. So I will give way to the Policing Minister if he can also explain why it is that crime has gone up and prosecutions have gone down since he became Policing Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I'm sure the whole House is deeply disappointed not to hear the intervention of the Honourable Lady. I just wanted to ask her, when she begins, when the Labour front bench called for, and I quote, an immediate nationwide ban on Just Stop Oil, did they have the support of their own backbenchers? And if not, is that why she's performed the most enormous reverse ferret in this in the amendment that she's placed before the House?
Well, I would just say to the Policing Minister, I think there is a strong case for using injunctions to deal with the kind of disruption that we saw from Just Stop Oil. But that's not dealt with at all in this bill. And that is part of the problem with the bill that we've got before us today. It doesn't address a lot of the problems that the Home Secretary is supposedly concerned about, and instead it causes alternative huge and serious problems, and most significantly, Madam Deputy Speaker, it fails to deal with some of the very serious issues that the Home Secretary should be most concerned about right now. Because this is it. This is the first of the government's Queen's Speech bills this session. This is the one that they have chosen to give pride of place. And what is it on? Not action to deal with the cost of living, even though inflation is hitting the highest level for decades, and when millions of people are going without food to get by. Nor is it action to deal with the crisis facing victims of crime. There's no victims bill, even though 1.3 million victims of crime are losing confidence in the criminal justice system and dropped out last year, even though crime is rising and prosecutions are falling. Instead, what we have is rehashed measures from last year's bill. We have second round of measures on public order, even though they had plenty of time in last year's bill to work out what they wanted to do, though the Home Secretary claimed that last year's bill would solve all of these problems, and she said then it would tackle dangerous and disruptive protests, and even though they haven't even implemented the measures from last year's bill or assessed them to see what impact they are having before coming back for more, as any sensible government would do. And even though for 7 years running, the Home Secretary and her party have been promising a victims bill, even though over those 7 years support for victims has got staggeringly worse, and the number of victims dropping out because they've lost confidence has doubled since the victims bill was first promised. That's more victims being let down, more criminals being let off. And so I will give way first to the honourable member, and then I will come back to the other side.
I thank her for giving way. She's made her assertion that this bill does not do anything to help victims or to reduce crime. But does she accept that the prevention of these disruptive protests will save the policing budget a lot of money, which can be redirected into both preventing crime and to helping victims?
No, I don't. And I will come on to that point later on, because both the HMRC and astonishingly the Home Secretary, the Home Office itself, have said that those kinds of disruption orders are in fact unworkable. I'll give way to the honourable member.
In addition to what she has just mentioned, does she agree with me that the terrible statistics about rape convictions are exactly the reasons why victims don't come forward, and the government should have done a lot more than what they are doing now?
The rape prosecution rates is one of the most shocking figures of all. For it to be 1.3% of reported rapes going to prosecutions is totally shameful. The government had the opportunity right now, in this House right now, we could have been debating proposals to provide more support for rape victims, to bring in stronger measures to make sure that police forces take action and have specialist rape investigation units in every force, not just in some, and yet the government has chosen not to do so. We heard what the... I will give way.
Friend for giving way, who's making a most powerful and meaning debate. Does my honourable friend agree with me that protests are noisy? And in this chamber, we're also noisy when we're protesting or disagreeing on a debate. When the Prime Minister enters the chamber, the government cheers like they're in part of a football pitch.
Order, this isn't a speech. If this is an intervention, it should be... And actually, you shouldn't be reading an intervention. An intervention should be so short that you don't have to read it, but this isn't a speech. If the Honourable Lady has something short she wants to say to the Shadow Home Secretary, she may do so.
So does my honourable friend agree with me the government needs to recognise that noise has a way of releasing tension so that people can get their point across and be heard and recognised.
Well, my honourable friend is certainly right that it is an unwise government that tries to silence those who disagree with it, and it is also an undemocratic government that seeks to do so as well. The Home Secretary said to us this afternoon, she said from day one, I will in due course second. The Home Secretary said from day one the government's put the safety and interests of the law-abiding majority first, and she claimed that she's prosecuting more criminals. Well, the opposite is the case. Since the Home Secretary came to office in 2019, crime has gone up by 18% and prosecutions have gone down by 18%. So I do have to ask the Home Secretary, what planet is she living on? And just because she says things stridently doesn't make them true. And when she wonders about being on the side of criminals, maybe she should remember that it is a Conservative government and a Conservative Home Secretary that are literally letting more criminals off. Literally. There are hundreds of thousands fewer prosecutions every single year than there were under a Labour government, which actually genuinely means with prosecutions down, cautions being down, community penalties going down, even now when crime is going up, it really means that rapists, abusers, serious offenders, thieves and thugs are all less likely to be prosecuted now than they were 7 years ago. There is just a 1 in 20 chance of people being prosecuted on this Home Secretary's watch. She said too that she won't stand by in this debate. She said she won't stand by why antisocial behaviour causes misery for others, but she is. There are 7,000 fewer neighbourhood police than there were 6 years ago. The police are failing to send officers to more than half of reported antisocial behaviour offences. And for people across the country, for communities across the country, then they are seeing real serious concerns about antisocial behaviour ignored time and again by this Home Secretary. I will give way first to the honourable member and then I'll come to the other member in due course.
Grateful to the Shadow Home Secretary. I can't quite see what these general points about the record of individual ministers has to do with the substance of this bill. What does have to do with the substance of this bill is the difference between the right to protest peacefully within the rules and the right to insist on bellowing repeatedly your message on and on and on, irrespective of the fact that other people have heard it and now want to exercise their right to go about their normal lives. If I had insisted on intervening on her when she wasn't allowing me to do so, that would be the parallel with the sort of abuse that these measures are designed to stamp out. I obey the rules, and so should protesters.
Well, I would say to the honourable member, I don't think that this is about bellowing. I think this is about some serious offences and the committing of crimes, which I will come on to in due course. And I give way to the honourable member, and then I think I need to make a bit of progress.
Grateful to the honourable lady for giving way. I've been listening to what she says. I just would appreciate, Madam Deputy Speaker, some clarity. Does the honourable lady condemn the behaviour and actions of Insulate Britain, Extinction Rebellion and Stop the Oil?
Well, I'm actually going to come on to exactly that, because I think Insulate Britain, having protests on motorways, was hugely irresponsible and frankly dangerous. It put lives at risk. And that is why the Department of Transport was absolutely right to put an injunction in place. That's why the police have been right to take prosecution action. Because nobody has a right to put other people's lives at risk with dangerous protests like that. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, let's consider what is it that the Home Secretary is offering today. A bill that targets peaceful protesters and passers-by, but that also fails to safeguard key infrastructure, does nothing to tackle violence against women, nothing to support victims of crime, nothing to increase prosecution rates or to cut crime. And this bill fails on all counts. It won't make our national infrastructure more resilient. It won't make it easier to prevent serious disruption by a minority of protesters. And it will instead target peaceful protesters and passers-by who aren't disrupting anything or anyone at all. Now, there should be some shared principles across the House on this issue. All of us, whatever our parties, whatever our political views, should believe that in a democracy, people need the freedom to speak out against authority and to make their views heard. And yes, that includes bellowing if they feel so strongly about the issue. That we have historic freedoms and rights to speak out, to gather, and we have freedoms to protest against things that governments or organisations, public or private, do that we disagree with. And all of us should agree, and that goes for protests that we strongly disagree with, as well as those protests for whose views and values we support, because that is what democracy is all about. But we should also share the view that no one has the right, no matter what they may think they are protesting about, to threaten, to harass or to intimidate others. No one has the right to protest in ways that are dangerous or risk the safety or the lives of others. Nor should they be able to cause serious disruption to essential services and vital infrastructure on which all of us across society depend. And that is why Labour has long defended the right to speak out, the right to protest and to be heard and to argue for change. It is also why we called for greater protection for women and for staff from intimidatory protests outside abortion clinics. It's why we called for greater protection from harassment or threats outside schools and vaccine clinics after some of those threatening anti-vax protests, and we put forward common-sense proposals giving local authorities powers to act that indeed the government initially voted against. And it's why we condemned the highly irresponsible protests on motorways, because whatever we think about the cause pursued by, be it Insulate Britain or any other organisation, no one should be putting lives at risk like that. And it is why we supported stronger sentences for those wilfully obstructing major roads. And it is also why we criticised those involved in Just Stop Oil for causing serious damage and trying to disrupt supplies to petrol stations that could have stopped people getting to work or pushed up prices in the middle of a cost of living crisis. Protests that were not just against the law, they were counterproductive at a time when they should have been trying to persuade people, alienate people instead. And it's why we called for national action to ensure there were speedy injunctions in place to prevent serious disruption. I have a series of members wanting to intervene. So I'll give way to the honourable member first, and then to my honourable friend, and then I'll come back to the Chair of the Select Committee, who I heard from before.
Great, Madam Deputy, for the Right Honourable Lady giving way. And I was following her argument up until this last piece, where she said a series of cases, political issues, where she had said the Labour Party was against that, the Labour Party was against that. And I'm just wondering, why and how does that differentiate herself from the proposals in this bill, which seem to provide the basis for her to make those moves directly?
And indeed, that's exactly the point that I'm about to make, because the bill doesn't address any of those points. All of those cases are areas where there are existing offences, where there are problems, and there have been problems in terms of enforcement of existing offences, but the bill doesn't tackle this. The bill doesn't solve the problems, and instead, in a whole series of areas, it makes the problem worse. I give way to the honourable member.
This bill will, if I've got this right, and she'll correct me if I'm wrong, this bill will criminalise those who are protesting against major transport infrastructure projects. So I want to stand up for the right of one of my colleagues, in fact my neighbouring MP, the Right Honourable Member for Uxbridge, who has committed himself to lying down in front of the bulldozer if there is an expansion of Heathrow Airport and the third runway. I wouldn't want to see him not locked up for this anyway.
My honourable friend makes an important point, which is there are people across the country who want to be able to protest against new big projects that are planned for their area. That could be issues around major transport projects. It could also be a plan to turn a woodland into a car park, or a plan to close a library. And that's why the important issue here is to ensure that you can have historic freedoms to protest, that you can have people's voices be able to be heard, and also have the right to be protected from intimidation, from harassment, and also responsibilities to keep essential services running. Because there should, in fact, be a shared understanding across this House that there are rights to be balanced, that there are important principles to be respected that should be respected on all sides of the House. The principle that respects the historic freedom to protest, but also makes sure that our essential services keep running. I'll give way to the honourable member.
To give me a second bite of this cherry, and I fear I have to confess that I'm possibly the only member here today who was actually arrested once for taking part in a counter-demonstration 40 years ago when we played the national anthem in public against a group of protesters against the Falklands Task Force that were embarking to the South Atlantic. But the point I'm trying to get over to her with the use of the word bellowing, or indeed incessant bellowing, is this. When those huge pro-nuclear and anti-nuclear demonstrations took place, everybody stopped and allowed each other to have their protests, and the protest was over, and that was that. But the idea that the same people could go on protesting day after day after day without being interfered with by the police, either for obstruction or causing a public nuisance, is ridiculous. And what is she going to do to defend the right of other people to go about their normal lives once the protest has been made, but the protesters will not stop?
Well, I would, I think, say to the honourable member, I think there are two different issues here. There are issues about the kinds of protests that might cause serious disruption to vital public infrastructure that all of us depend on. And there may be protests which, to be honest, might be a bit annoying, but they aren't actually disrupting anybody at all, and they may end up having, we should recognise in a democracy, even though he and I may think the world should move on, actually if people have strong views, they should be able to express them within a democracy. So there should be a shared understanding across the House. I will give way one time, but I really want to get onto the detail of the bill and the issues in the bill, so I will give way one more time.
Thank you. Very good, Lady. I'm just wondering if there's a case for perhaps introducing a retrospective clause, given the confession we've just heard from the member from New Forest East.
I wonder if the retrospective clause might affect not only the member for New Forest East, but also the Prime Minister. Not that the Prime Minister has much record of particularly taking seriously offences that he has committed or consequences for them. So the problem with this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that it doesn't, in fact, respect the principles. It doesn't respect the principles of defending historic freedoms to protest, but nor does it actually come forward with sensible measures that can safeguard our national infrastructure. It doesn't recognise the powers that the police and courts already have and the need to ensure that they can actually be used effectively, nor does it address some of the key challenges that the police and authorities face right now. It doesn't include an effective strategy to avoid disruption to essential services, and there is clear evidence that some of the measures just won't work. And at the same time, this bill does not safeguard historic freedoms to protest. Quite the opposite. It undermines those freedoms and targets peaceful protesters and passers-by instead. So looking at the proposals in more detail, the police and courts do already have a range of powers they can use in the minority of cases involving serious disruption or criminal activity. They include willful obstruction of a highway, criminal damage, aggravated trespass, public nuisance, breach of the peace, breach of conditions on both processions and static protests, harassment, threatening, abusive and disorderly behaviour, trespassing assemblies, preventing others going about their lawful business, and injunctions. So if you block the road outside an oil refinery, you're already covered by willfully obstructing a highway. If you vandalise tankers, you're already committing criminal damage, and that is an offence. It's indeed why 100 people have so far been charged by Kent and Essex Police as a result of Insulate Britain offences. And it's also why the HMIC report, the Independent Inspectorate's report on protest, recognised that there were in fact different views, even among police officers, on whether more powers were needed. And I've heard from police officers, including chief constables and former chief constables, of forces that have dealt over many years with protests, both about problems that aren't being dealt with in this bill at all, and also about concerns that they have, who say they have sufficient powers, but who have concerns about the extension of those powers in this bill. And with one officer telling the Inspectorate the powers are sufficient, it is the ability to implement them that is the challenge due to lack of resources. And so there are challenges for the police who are if they deal with people who are determined to break the law repeatedly and who are not deterred by offences. But they also referred to concerns that sometimes even where offences had been committed, there was no enforcement by the CPS or the courts because of substantial backlogs in court and so much time passing since the alleged offence that the CPS deemed prosecution to be no longer in the public interest. None of those issues are addressed by this bill. The Inspectorate also raised concerns about lack of training, guidance, coordination between forces and authorities, issues that we raised in Parliament when we discussed this last year, but which the government opposed. And we've also heard from officers who've said the most effective measures that they use in the face of potentially serious disruption and problems are injunctions. But the problem is that the delays involving public and private authorities in getting those injunctions in place. The advantage of injunctions is that they can be targeted to the problem. They often come with much swifter enforcement processes than individual offences, with the courts taking them seriously and escalating penalties. They can act as a deterrent, but also, crucially, they include judicial oversight, which makes sure that powers are not misused. Yet we've heard from police officers frustrated by the slow response from private and public authorities who have the ability to seek such injunctions, but instead leave the responsibility to tackle disruption to the police rather than taking greater responsibility themselves. And police chiefs too have been frustrated by the fragmented institutional response, where there are so many different private contractors and organisations involved that no one takes responsibility. So if the government was serious about the resilience of our vital infrastructure, they'd have much more effective partnerships in place, make sure companies act and cooperate, and make sure that everyone understood their shared responsibilities, that they understood both the right to peaceful protest and the responsibility to safeguard essential infrastructure so that they could get injunctions in place fast, and they would be working to get the capacity, training and guidance in place that police and authorities need. But instead of all of that, instead of those common sense approaches, the government has chosen to hugely widen powers on stop and search and on banning orders that will affect both peaceful protesters and passers-by. Now, stop and search powers are hugely important as part of preventing crime, but they can also be very intrusive and humiliating powers, which, if used in the wrong way, can be counterproductive and can undermine legitimacy and trust in policing. Rightly, they are designed to be used to prevent the most serious crimes, knife crime and drug dealing, and the police themselves have recognised serious concerns about disproportionality and the real concerns that those who are black are so much more likely to be stopped and searched than those who are white. So they should be used sensibly and not be used as a political football. The police already have the power to stop and search someone they believe has equipment used for criminal damage, but the government wants to widen this to cover anything linked to a public order offence, including public nuisance and serious annoyance. So we should ask the government what that includes, because they believe that noisy protests are a public nuisance. So the question is, does this include stopping and searching for a boombox or even for a tambourine? Now, we can concede tambourines could be annoying, but is this the kind of thing that could now be covered by the stop and search powers? It means allowing the police to stop and search people they don't actually suspect of being involved in a protest, but simply because they are passing by an area where a protest is likely to be held. So just think about what that means. If the police are expecting an angry protest by local residents in the town centre who are furious that their local library is about to close, they plan to sing and shout. They undoubtedly will be a serious annoyance to those remaining residents who are still studying or using the library and reading quietly. And under the government's new rules, they could easily be covered by public order offences. And in response, a local police inspector would be able to designate the town centre as Section 60 area and not only be able to stop and search peaceful protesters, but also to search passers-by. Think too about what it means for Parliament Square. We have protests all the time. Sometimes people go too far and they commit public order offences, and the police rightly have to step in. But the offences that can be used to justify a Section 60 stop and search order in this bill are really broad. They now include noisy protests that cause public nuisance and serious annoyance. Now, I have an office that overlooks Parliament Square, and I can certainly say that there is definitely noise and loud music and serious annoyance every Wednesday before and after Prime Minister's questions. And with gritted teeth, I defend their right to be seriously annoying with the very loud music. But the government doesn't. And that means that, again, under this bill, a police inspector could designate Parliament Square every Wednesday and stop and search MPs, our staff, civil servants, on the way to work, tourists, passers-by. Does the Home Secretary really think we should all be stopped and searched every time the Prime Minister comes to Parliament? It sounds totally ludicrous, but that's actually what this bill does. And on serious disruption prevention orders, the government also wants to be able to apply these to people who have never been convicted of a crime, to be able to restrict where someone goes, who they meet, how they use the internet, even if they contributed only in some broad way to people causing disruption to two or more people. And again, the government is extending powers that we would normally make available just for serious violence and terrorism to peaceful protest. And that's why police officers have themselves said this is a severe restriction on a person's right to protest and is, in reality, unworkable. Well, the policing minister says they haven't, but actually I'm reading a quote from the Inspectorate's report, a severe restriction on a person's right to protest and, in reality, unworkable. That's what it says in the Inspectorate's report. And here's what the Inspectorate said. We agree with the view shared by many senior police officers. However many safeguards might be put in place, this would completely remove an individual's right to protest, and though it would be difficult to envisage a case where less intrusive measures could not be taken to address the risk. Or this other quote from the Inspectorate's report: this proposal essentially takes away a person's right to protest. We believe it is unlikely the measure would work as hoped. Now, the policing minister's right. That is not the view of a police officer. That is actually the view of the Home Office that was submitted to the Inspectorate. So there is an alternative plan for the government. There is an alternative approach to work sensibly with the police, with local authorities, with those who run public and private infrastructure, to support the right to peaceful protest and to work together to safeguard essential infrastructure, to review the measures that they have just introduced before coming back for more, to work on training, guidance and resources that public order teams need, to work on streamlined plans for injunctions that could protect the smooth running of essential infrastructure if they are needed, and to work in partnership with essential services like the NHS, not just oil and gas, and to accept
that protests that this government finds seriously annoying are a vital part of our democracy, and ultimately to drop this bill and use this time instead to bring in a victims' bill that could increase the rape prosecution rate, that could provide more support for victims of crime, that could take more action to get dangerous criminals behind bars, or more community penalties to prevent repeat offending by first-time offenders. And instead of wasting time stopping and searching people outside a library protest, do something to tackle the serious antisocial behaviour and rising crime across the country. To do the job of a Home Secretary instead of grandstanding and headlines, to do the proper, practical work of keeping our communities safe.
The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been proposed in the name of the Leader of the Opposition, as on the order paper, the question is that the amendment be made. I hope that we will manage. Do sit down. I hope that we will manage this afternoon without a formal time limit, but that depends on everyone taking less than 8 minutes. I'm sure that this can be achieved, and it will be a much better flowing debate if we don't have a time limit. So I trust members not to abuse the privilege of having the floor. Nikki Aitken.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituency, the cities of London and Westminster, as you will see week after week, tends to be the epicentre for political protest in this country. It is hardly surprising, as it is home to the government, to Parliament, and to the UK's financial heart in the City of London. So I'm sure that many honourable and right honourable members can imagine the effective management of protests, particularly the most disruptive, is of interest to my constituents. They have first-hand knowledge of having to negotiate their daily lives with the rights of others to protest. In the hundreds of letters and emails I have received from constituents highlighting the disruption they have suffered during the days and weeks of organised protests, not one has called for the right to protest to be curbed. When it comes to public order, I think it is especially important to ask ourselves why the measures outlined in this bill are proper and necessary. What has been made clear to me by both the Metropolitan Police and the City of London Police is that existing legislation has not kept pace with the evolving tactics of modern-day protesters. And specifically, the lack of a lock-on offence makes it almost impossible for the police to balance lawful protest with basic civil rights. Provisions in this bill will change this. Indeed, clauses 1 and 2 will allow police to preemptive stop highly disruptive and in some cases dangerous lock-ons. Clause 1 is of particular importance. It will make locking on an offence where such an act causes or is capable of causing serious disruption. And I think this is absolutely right. We have seen individuals glue themselves to vehicles or use lock-on devices on the public highway. Last August, we saw these tactics being used by protesters on Tower Bridge, which brought parts of central London to a standstill for hours. Protesters have encased their arms in tubes filled with concrete and locked themselves onto makeshift structures at huge height. We have seen reports of some protesters inserting nails and blades into these pipes in an effort to make removing them more difficult and dangerous for our police officers. Madam Deputy Speaker, we cannot overlook the real concerns of thousands of ordinary people who are disrupted by demonstrations that go well beyond what is necessary. In fact, I utterly disagree with the suggestion that just because you agree with a cause, then the disruptive activity is right. It is not. Such protesters
use tactics using lock-on devices are not just inconvenient for many, they can have real-life consequences. Emergency vehicles unable to attend 999 calls, missed hospital appointments, the inability for someone to get to a dying loved one to say goodbye. What also continues to frustrate me and many of my constituents is that police officers involved in the policing these protests are taken away from policing their local neighbourhoods and concentrating on their local police priorities. It is not just Westminster and the City of London police being taken away from their daily duties. During a number of major days during long protests, I have seen officers in Westminster from the home counties, from Bedfordshire, policing central London. I have even come across police vans in Covent Garden with the words Heatherley on them. That is Welsh for police. Removing lock-on devices safely requires specialist policing teams to be deployed to deal with what can be high-risk environments, taking time and significant resources. For just one protest group, Extinction Rebellion, we saw a total of 54 days of protests across 2019, 2020 and 21, costing some £1.2 million a day. So to this end, I welcome Clause 2 of the bill. This provision would allow for officers to act on reasonable suspicion that satisfies visual and intelligence-based qualifications to prevent the use of highly dangerous lock-ons. Since the publication of the bill, I have listened to arguments which claim this offence is not necessary. Willful obstruction of the highway and abrogated trespass are two such laws. To an extent, this is true. However, all of this is only applicable after assembly of the structure. And by this point, we will have seen a chain of events that will ultimately lead to serious impositions on the surrounding area, businesses and local people. The sticking point that we saw in the Lords with the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Act were provisions specifically relating to noise or limiting freedoms of expression, and I absolutely recognise this. And on this kind of legislation, I accept that we need to reach an agreement that satisfies both this and the other place. However, I want to stress that clauses 1 and 2 of this bill are absolutely necessary to rebalance lawful protest with civic rights. After all, the duty of the police in relation to non-violent protests is to take a balanced and impartial approach towards all those involved in or affected by protest that is consistent with both human rights law and other domestic legislation. Madam Deputy Speaker, we must ensure lawful protest and everyday life can both continue without the basic rights of either being infringed upon. And I believe the proposed Public Order Bill does exactly that.
SNP spokesman Anne McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A little inconvenience is more acceptable than a police state. These are not my words. These are the words of a police officer consulted by Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services on some of the proposals in this bill. They're not my words, but like the Inspectorate, I, and I'm quoting them, agree with this sentiment. A little inconvenience is more acceptable than a police state. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have people fleeing from the war in Ukraine and multiple other countries, and the Home Secretary could be focused on sorting out the dangerously long time it's taking to get them to safety. She could be putting her energy into fixing the chaos at the Passport Office. In recognition of the fact that the price of food has made it unaffordable for many here on these islands, she could be using her power to solve the supply chain issues, pushing those food prices up. But instead, the Home Secretary is bringing back populist, well, according to a YouGov and Daily Express poll at least, draconian anti-human rights policies rejected only a matter of weeks ago in the other place. And it's anyone's guess what the reasons behind it are. Are they to distract from the aforementioned failings of her department? Are they to raise her profile for when the Prime Minister surely inevitably has to stand down before his term is over? Or is it just because she can? But make no mistake, this, to quote Liberty, is a staggering escalation of the government's clampdown on dissent. It is at odds with the right of the people out there to freedom of thought, belief and religion, freedom of expression, freedom of assembly and association, and for some, this bill will lead to clamping down on their right to respect for private and family life. Now, these are all rights we enjoy through the Human Rights Act, so I don't expect this government nor many of their backbenchers to care, because they want to tear that up and they want to define the rights they think we should enjoy. But I think the people out there who, after all, elected us, have the right to know that this government wants to control what they think, believe and say. This bill allows the state to stop and search people out there without suspecting them of a single wrongdoing. It can lead to someone who has committed no crime having to report to certain places at certain times. And just on that, I'd be interested to hear who they're going to report to in Scotland and what consultation has taken place with the Scottish Government on that. It could see people out there, again, having committed no offence, having to wear an electronic tag and every single move they make being monitored 24/7. It is sinister, bears striking similarities, and she didn't like it when this was said on this side, but bears striking similarities to what happens in Russia and in Belarus. And it's all about oppressing and controlling people. The stuff of conspiracy theories, no more. This is the menacing new reality if you don't agree with the Conservative government. Big Brother Watch are concerned that the bill takes us one step closer to becoming a surveillance state. Madam Deputy Speaker, it may be ideologically in line with this government's desire to control the people, but is it necessary? Will it work? No, I'm not giving way. There is widespread acceptance that the answer to both of those questions is no. A little inconvenience is more acceptable than a police state. It wasn't just the one police officer who felt like this. Her Majesty's Inspectorate consulted widely on this as early as 2020, and it was rejected across the board, not just because it was incompatible with human rights legislation, but because they concluded it would not be an effective deterrent. So what is the point? Existing legislation is already heavily weighted in favour of the authorities, and the Policing Act has made this even more so. The former Home Secretary, Sajid Javid, said in 2018, "It is a long-standing tradition that people are free to gather together and to demonstrate their views. This is something to be rightly proud of." And he was right at that time. It was something to be rightly proud of. Where a crime is committed, the police already have the powers to act so that people feel protected. And while there is clearly a need to protect critical infrastructure or transport hubs, the UK already has an array of legislation that allows this to happen. As the former Home Secretary said, the Public Order Act 1986 gives the police powers to place restrictions on protests and in some cases prohibit those which threaten to cause serious disruption to public order. There's an array of criminal offences which could apply to protesters, including aggravated trespass or obstruction of a highway. Despite that, the government waited until the policing bill had completed its passage in here and slipped much of what we have before us today into that bill at the last minute while it was in the House of Lords, and the Lords roundly rejected it. Instead of accepting the defeat, 1 week later, the government regurgitated most of it in this bill that we have before us today. The Home Secretary should accept that these draconian measures have already been rejected by Parliament and respect the democratic process. After all, they keep telling Scotland to do likewise when the issue we intend to revisit, the matter of Scotland's independence, was last put before the people 8 years ago, not just last month.
On that very point, would you give way?
I will give way to them.
Well, I thank her for giving way. She mentions the referendum, but we must remember, given that she's mentioning in this speech, that the SNP leadership at the time promised that that was a once-in-a-lifetime, once-in-a-generation referendum, and the passage of 8 years can hardly be regarded as that, can it?
Madam Deputy Speaker, what we've got here is a once-in-a-fortnight opportunity to bring back legislation that gets rejected into this place. So, they're expecting us to accept the result of the referendum 8 years ago, Despite having tested the alternative, despite a series of promises being broken subsequent to Scotland voting no, why is it acceptable for them to repackage things a week after they were rejected when there's been no time yet to assess the Policing Act for effectiveness, human rights compatibility or the ability for police to manage these extensive new powers? And on the matter of Scotland, yes, this bill and these powers apply to events taking place here in England and in Wales. But as I said repeatedly throughout the policing bill, I and every SNP member will defend the right of the people of Scotland to peacefully protest against decisions made on our behalf by another government in another country not elected by the people of Scotland. And crucially, we will defend their right to protest where that government sits, right here at the seat of power. The people of Scotland have come to London many times in their thousands to protest the illegal invasion of Iraq, the billions squandered on nuclear weapons stationed without our permission on the west coast of Scotland, the daylight robbery foisted on the women who reached state pension age, only to discover that the age had gone up and they would not be receiving their state pension after all. We can stand in the middle of Glasgow or outside the Scottish Parliament all we like, and we do. But the Scottish Parliament can't change any of those things, no matter whether they want to or not. So I will defend the right of my constituents to stand outside this place and make their voices heard. And I will defend their rights to not be subjected to the outrageous measures proposed here today. Measures such as the serious disruption prevention orders, which can be imposed on people whether or not they have committed an offence. It is these that allow for reporting. It is these that allow for GPS monitoring. And if anyone, remember, they don't have to have committed an offence to be subject to this. If anyone fails to fulfil one of the obligations, they can be criminalised and subjected to imprisonment for up to 51 weeks. In Belarus, similar legislation sees sentences of up to 3 years, so no doubt they will be telling us to think ourselves lucky. And measures, Madam Deputy Speaker, like locking on. My constituent Christine lives in Springburn. She's a WASPI campaigner. She never wanted to be any kind of campaigner, but her state pension was taken from her and she felt compelled. If she and other WASPI women come to London to protest, or even just to visit London, and she has glue in her bag because she is a crafter, but she doesn't use it, can she be charged? Could she go to jail for 51 weeks? And can the Home Secretary guarantee that she would not? No, she can't. And how would you find the glue in the first place? You would find it because this bill also has measures like suspicionless stop and search. Christine, in her mid-60s, a model citizen, could be stopped and searched regardless of suspicion, just because of where she is and where they think she might go and what she could do. But let's face it, Christine is not the target, is she? We already know that stop and search has a disproportionate impact on people who are black. 7 times more likely to be stopped and searched. But when it comes to suspicionless stop and search, they are 14 times more likely to be stopped and searched. Now, is it a coincidence that all of this legislation to stop people protesting came on the back of an uprising of movements like the Black Lives Matter movement? The important thing about Black Lives Matter is it was not led by well-meaning white allies like myself. It was and is led by campaigners who are black. So those whose lives are devastated by those who do not believe their lives matter as much as the lives of white people. My partner was the founder of Black Lives Matter Scotland, and I've been taken aback by the number of people over the last couple of years who've approached him and told him that they never spoke of what they experienced as a black person on these islands until Black Lives Matter. Some of them, living in remote areas, said at times they thought they might be the only black person in Scotland. And suddenly they found a community who got it. And it transformed their lives and the way they thought about themselves. That's why it is so important to encourage movements like that. But that is likely one of the reasons, alongside the nerve of environmental campaigners trying to save the planet, for goodness sake, how dare they, that's annoyed this government so much. Otherwise, what is the excuse for suspicionless stop and search, which they know will disproportionately impact on black people? other than the morality or immorality of this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, as with other bills I've worked on, I'm concerned that the terms in this one are not sufficiently precise. It's all left to be defined by the Secretary of State, which is worrying given the length of the debate on serious disruption in the policing bill. So much uncertainty where the threshold for serious disruption lies. Legal uncertainty being the opposite of what we should be striving for if we are to respect the rule of law. And the bill is also excessively broad, and the preemptive nature of it is disturbing. Madam Deputy Speaker, have you ever watched a film called Minority Report? Well, Minority Report had precogs who could see into the future, and people would be arrested before they committed a crime. It sounds ridiculous. Good idea, I'm hearing one of the Conservative backbenchers saying. It sounds ridiculous, and he sounds ridiculous. It sounds far-fetched, but in reality, if this bill passes, you could be arrested, you could be charged, and you could end up in prison for something that you might have done. Now, I've barely touched the surface in these remarks. I'll make just one final point, and that was raised by Justice, and it refers to Clause 10. They suggest that where Clause 10 will create an offence where a person intentionally obstructs a constable in the exercise of the constable's powers of stop and search, with or without suspicion, that the Met's own guidance following the tragic murder of Sarah Everard, the Met's own guidance is that people ask, and I quote, very searching questions of that officer, noting, quote again, it is entirely reasonable for you to seek further reassurance of that officer's identity and intentions. So if you were doing that at or near a designated protest area, as defined by the police, then you could end up getting 51 weeks in prison, a fine, or both. The right to protest, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the lifeblood of any democracy. It allows us to hold the powerful to account, which is precisely why they don't want it. And it allows us to actively participate, to organise in our communities. And history shows us that it is protest that often underpins political, economic and social change. Some of the most fundamental freedoms that we now have been won in spite of governments. And I will end by repeating what I said at the start, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill is all about oppressing and controlling people out there, and they need to know about it. The stuff of conspiracy theories no more. This is the menacing new reality if you don't agree with the Conservative government, and we should all be very afraid.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is an important bill which I support. And we've heard a lot from members opposite during this debate about peaceful protests. Now, I support peaceful protest. I support peaceful demonstration. But listening to today's debate, there seems to be a confusion over what peaceful protest is and what it isn't. Now, my constituents know what peaceful protest is. We see it as members of Parliament every day on Parliament Square. People singing, people heckling us, certainly making themselves known, making their opinions known to us as legislators. But my constituents also know what peaceful protest isn't. People blocking the M25, people blocking roads to hospitals. That's something that I think is particularly egregious. I was horrified years ago watching when ambulances were trying to get through St Thomas's Hospital, where people from Extinction Rebellion were taking upon themselves to decide who was worthy or not to pass the blockade and get urgent medical treatment. And we've seen the same thing in the recent M25 protests. Peaceful protest isn't stopping people going to work. It's not blocking distribution of newspapers. It's not blockading fuel at a time of particular pressures around fuel. It's not slashing the tyres of trucks. It's not smashing up petrol stations. This bill isn't an anti-peaceful protest bill. It's an anti-criminal behaviour bill. A bill to tackle the tactics deployed by people with no regard to the consequences of their actions or democratic process, and use criminal damage to try to hold the public to ransom. And what really infuriates my constituents is that they see people deploying these tactics for whom seem above the law. who go and lock on, who do protesting, round and round again, and seemingly no powers to act to stop them. And this is why the serious disruption prevention orders are so critical in terms of stopping it. These behaviours are not on. It cannot be accepted in any society committed to the rule of law and democracy, and this bill is essential to tackle this criminal behaviour.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure that we can all agree that we need to protect our freedoms of speech and protest and assembly as a vital part of our democracy. We already have many laws to deal with protest, to protect the public and our major infrastructure. And any extension of those laws need to be very carefully considered by this place. I am a little surprised, therefore, that the government have decided to bring forward this piece of legislation first from the Home Office in this new parliamentary session, when we are still waiting for the regulations from the protest offences in the Police, Crime, Courts and Sentencing Act, which was the major Home Office bill in the last session. And also I was hoping, as the Chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee, that our recently published report on the investigation and prosecution of rape, which has specific recommendations in it to improve the experience of victims, would be brought forward for legislation in a victims bill, or actually our very recent report on spiking, which recommended a new offence of spiking, whether that would be in prime place for legislation to be brought forward. But we are where we are today, and this is the bill before us. I do have several concerns with the Public Order Bill, which I hope ministers may be able to address. Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services considered many of the proposals in this bill in their report in March 2021, Getting the Balance Right, an inspection on how effectively the police deal with protest. Now, clearly, looking at the reports of the Inspectorate is incredibly helpful in developing policy which is evidence-based and can stand up to effective scrutiny, and it has already been quoted widely in this chamber this afternoon. In the report, it found that most interviewees did not wish to criminalise protest actions through the creation of a specific offence concerning locking on. And the report also concluded that it did not support the introduction of protest banning orders. So I noted what the Home Secretary said in her opening remarks about wanting to back the police. That's very important. So I just wondered if the Minister, in his winding up, may be able to explain the evidential basis for bringing forward these particular proposals and the basis the Home Office have come to, a different conclusion than the Inspectorate. I also just wanted to raise issues about the actual terms in the bill. The term protest appears in the bill 21 times. The term protest-related disruption appears in the bill 31 times. The term serious disruption appears in the bill 118 times. However, none of these terms are defined on the face of the bill. And in order to ensure that the powers conferred in this bill are used proportionately and only when absolutely necessary, and to prevent legal uncertainty, I hope that the Minister will commit to ensure that the bill will include definitions of these terms. Now, I want to just make some comments about the proposed extension of stop and search powers. In July 2021, the Home Affairs Select Committee published the Macpherson Report, 22 Years On, which found that there are still deep-rooted and persistent racial disparities in policing, in particular in the use of stop and search. And our report found that statistics covering the year to the 31st of March 2020 showed ethnic disproportionality in stop and search is worse now than it was 22 years ago. Black people in 2021 were 7 times more likely to be stopped and searched than white people, and that was up from 5 times more likely in 1998. And the disproportionality in no suspicion searches is even more stark. In 2019-20, black people were 18 times more likely than white people to be stopped under Section 60. So with such clear ethnic disproportionality occurring, can the Minister explain how the Home Office, with this plan to extend stop and search, will tackle these existing disparities? And I did note in the Bill's equality and impact assessment, the government states that safeguards exist to mitigate the disproportionate use of stop and search, such as the use of body-worn cameras and extensive data collection on the use of these powers. However, in 2021, Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary said that too few forces regularly review body-worn camera footage, and that too many forces still do not analyse and monitor enough information and data on stop and search to understand how to apply stop and search fairly. Furthermore, the amendment under Clause 7 to the police power to stop and search under Section 1 of the Police and Criminal Evidence Act 1984 will allow the police to take preemptive action against those suspected of being about to engage in protest-related offences. And I wondered what specific safeguards the government will put in place to ensure that such preemptive action will not breach a person's right under Article 10 and Article 11 of the European Convention on Human Rights. Finally, I want to speak briefly about buffer zones for abortion clinics, which is not in the bill, but I believe should be. My honourable friend, the member for Ealing Central and Acton, has led efforts in this House for some time for change on this, and I will continue to support her if she tables amendments on this issue to this bill. I also think, in light of recent events, buffer zones outside schools and vaccine clinics should be considered by the government. But returning to buffer zones for abortion clinics, for too long women in England have faced real intimidation and real harassment outside clinics providing abortion care. The Court of Appeal for England and Wales has confirmed that protesters can cause significant emotional and psychological damage. One woman described her experience visiting an abortion clinic in April of this year. They came over twice and we said no thank you. She was very pushy, in your face. It's left me anxious as I suffer from poor mental health. When we walked past, she said, your baby wants to live. We had driven for 7.5 hours and did not expect this at all. Women accessing a legal and essential form of healthcare should not be subject to harassment. Both Scotland and Northern Ireland have begun to take steps to implement buffer zones, and it's time that England did, and I hope that the House will have an opportunity to vote on this in due course.
Danny Kruger. Very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'll be brief because I want to make a simple point about the in support of the new offence of locking on. I'm conscious that the debate, in a sense, has become a sort of proxy for argument about how serious we take the threat of the climate crisis. And I don't really want to go down that road, but I do acknowledge that the people on the other side are very sincere in this, including Roger Hallam, who's the sort of the principal villain of this debate. And I know Roger Hallam slightly. I've met with him and talked to him, and I respect his views. I think there are people who want to tear down our society who are essentially revolutionary in their intent. I don't think he is, or the people who work with him. But he does have this absolutely, this absolute sense that our civilization is under threat unless we take very, very radical action to change our economy, and he's entitled to that opinion. The question is how far it's appropriate to go in support of the cause. And actually, Mr. Deputy Speaker, these debates that we're having now are about a new question of climate change and about these new tactics. But actually, it's a very old debate. This place, as we've been discussing, has experienced enormous protests over the years. These streets outside have known crowds of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people protesting against the government. The question is the action that can be taken by those protesters. And historically, we had quite a clear distinction in this country about what was acceptable and what wasn't. And the distinction was made between what was called moral force and physical force. And moral force is simply the demonstration of an opinion, showing that you're standing up and being counted, showing your view, showing that you count, and expecting legislators to take notice of that. Physical force is going beyond that, using physical power of some form to obstruct what the government is actually trying to do, or what the law is trying to do. And that is the situation we're in now, the locking on, attaching yourself permanently to public infrastructure or to the roads, is not moral force. It's not simply standing there and being counted. It's actually inviting the physical intervention of the police. It's not rioting, it's not using violence against people, but it is inviting physical intervention. And that is why it's unacceptable. It is a new tactic. We do need to... pleasure to give way. Yeah.
Clause 2, the offence of being equipped for locking on, says a person commits an offence if they have an object with them with the intention that it may be used in the course or in connection with the commission of the offence of locking on. So, is the Honourable Gentleman saying if somebody has a heavy bicycle chain and padlock to secure the motorbike, which can be used in the commission of locking on, they should be made a criminal?
For that intervention. The fact is that going equipped to commit an offence is a criminal offence in itself, and we are creating a new offence here, and it is necessary to provide that preventative measure as well. And what the bill allows is for police to take action in a very dynamic and fast-flowing situation in order to search and to prevent the commission of a crime. So I support the measure. Give way.
Yeah, as someone who for decades has gone around with a heavy chain and a padlock to secure my motorcycle, I have never ever found myself in a situation where I was carrying that device but didn't have my motorcycle with me. So when you think about it, however, what my honourable friend is explaining so lucidly has been thought of before, and I go back again to the anti-nuclear protests, and there was even a term for it. It's called NVDA, which is non-violent direct action. And it is not violent, but it is not really peaceful either, because it is deliberately breaking the law. And that, I think, is the distinction he's trying to draw correctly between that and peaceful, legitimate protest.
I thank my right honourable friend very much for his intervention. He's absolutely right. So I end with this observation that the protesters that we are dealing with, even if they have honourable intent and they're entitled to their opinion, who knows, they may be right about the climate crisis, but they are not allowed to use our tradition of liberty against us, and it is necessary to update the law in order to criminalise this particular form of protest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Diane Abbott.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Home Secretary opened this debate by boasting that this government supports the police and, above all, supports law and order. But the reality is this is very far from the truth. This is a government which has shown a blatant disregard for the law and confuses, as in this case, draconian legislation with upholding the law and defending justice. The reality is that they conceive themselves as lawmakers who are above the law, and the rest of us are subject to their orders. And in case there is anyone who's in doubt about this, I can offer a few examples. It is government ministers, Mr Deputy Speaker, who are responsible for attempting to prorogue Parliament in breach of the law. It is government ministers who have introduced a disgraceful refugee policy, which is almost certainly in breach of international law on the rights of refugees. And at the very same time, ministers are embarked on a course which seems to lead to abrogating an international treaty by ripping up the Northern Ireland Protocol. And this is far from an exhaustive list, Mr Deputy Speaker, but it would be remiss not to mention the 126 fixed penalty notices that have been issued to Downing Street staff and ministers, including the Prime Minister, for breaking their own lockdown rules. And members in this House will be aware that there are photographs circulating online this very day of the Prime Minister jovially drinking at one of those parties that he came to this House and denied happened. This government has no right to claim to be a government of law and order. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to turn to the substance of the Public Order Bill itself. This bill is yet another draconian measure from an increasingly authoritarian government, A government, Mr Deputy Speaker, that presumes to be able to lecture the rest of the world on democracy and human rights, and yet whose legislation is more authoritarian than many of the governments that are widely and often justly castigated. And I would note in passing that the bill's provisions have already been rejected in the other place on their debate on the Police, Crime, Sentencing and Courts Act. And without further time for consultation or any concessions, the government has immediately reintroduced the rejected provisions. So it seems as if ministers' respect for due legislative process is as weak as its commitment to upholding the law. The detail of the bill contains provisions for serious disruption prevention orders for people with 2 convictions for public order offences, or even for those who have been convicted of no offence, but are deemed to have caused, I quote, serious disruption. This is not just an infringement of civil liberties. It is the type of legislation that is the mark of authoritarian governments everywhere. The truth is that no citizen should ever be subject to the arbitrary and unsubstantiated curbing of important civil rights by the state. Many members of this House will remember the enormous demonstrations against the Iraq War, over 1 million strong, or the huge anti-apartheid demos of the 1980s, or the marches in support of the miners. If any of the members in the House currently took part in any of those debates, in any of those demonstrations, they will have seen exceptionally large crowds acting entirely peacefully, yet causing disruption by their sheer weight of numbers. When a large section of the population is exercised enough about an issue to go on a march, they will cause huge disruption, and they will also often cause a great deal of noise. But that is their right. And any government that is foolish and short-sighted enough to try and curb demos because they are disruptive are creating an authoritarian regime which people will protest against even more strongly. And now I wish to turn to the issue of random stop and search. Yeah. I have campaigned against non-evidence-based stop and search and its predecessor legislation, the SUS law, for all my time in public life. I and many others have said that there's a place for targeted, intelligence-led stop and search to prevent or detect a specific crime. But that is not what this bill proposes. This bill gives free rein to some of the worst and most discredited policing practices. We should be clear that the overwhelming majority of stop and search operations in this country are conducted by the Metropolitan Police, but many other forces, some of whom have a comparable or even better record of fighting crime, hardly ever use stop and search. And the House should be clear that stop and search is almost invariably directed at one section of the community, and that is young black men. According to the Home Office's own data, 6 white people from every 1,000 are subject to stop and search, but no fewer than 54 black people from every 1,000 are subject to stop and search. This rises to 157 people if you add people designated as black other. These are wholly unacceptable and flagrantly discriminatory facts. They're also known to the minister sponsoring this bill, who must also know too the data that this discrimination rises in cases where the stipulation of reasonable grounds is removed. Both Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Policing, the College of Policing, have criticised the use of random stop and search and argued that it is actually counterproductive. Yet the government is persisting on this course. There is a clear risk which these authoritative warnings state, when sober and serious independent bodies of some standing use the term counterproductive, we should all take note, but apparently ministers choose to ignore it. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd like to touch on the issue of this bill's provision on the prohibition of obstruction of major transport works. The government claims that many of its measures are aimed at Extinction Rebellion, but legislation has a habit of being adapted to suit the needs of government, especially legislation as loosely drawn and as draconian as this. So, the combination of the government's track record and ministers' wild rhetoric about a rail strike should ring alarm bells for all trade unionists. This bill would allow a further serious erosion of fundamental rights, and in this case, the particular right of the right to organise in the workplace and the right to strike. So for these and many other reasons, Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill represents a serious threat to all of our long-held and hard-won rights. Protest, whether it was the Chartists, the suffragettes, or the anti-war protests of the 20th century, is part of the history of the political process in this country. And a government that would seek to limit the right to process, limit the right to protest in this way, is a government which does not take seriously this country's political history, a government which is seeking to take away from people's rights, and this is a bill that those of us on these benches will be opposing.
Tom Hunt.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak in this debate, speak quite early on as well. I was pleased to support the policing bill, and I'm pleased to support this bill as well. It was disappointing that some of the amendments for that bill were defeated in the other place, but which has made that this bill is very timely in terms of strengthening and going further when it comes to much of what was good about the previous bill. I think there is a clear distinction here and a difference between what I think everybody in this place would want to defend, which is peaceful protest, and what we see demonstrated by a very, very small minority of people who seem to have very little consideration for the welfare of others and for the general economy. And I think that this bill makes that distinction. I don't see anything in this bill, just like I didn't see anything in the policing bill that threatens peaceful protest. That is not on the table today. What is on the table, though, is a bill that seeks to strike the balance right between allowing peaceful protest but also putting clear limits in place when it comes to reckless activity. That meant that I had, and I always remember, one email from a constituent whose carer could not get to them because of the consequences of the reckless behaviour that we saw in East Anglia. And you tell that to that person who depends upon that care, that the government shouldn't make this a priority. Because absolutely, I think if I spoke to that constituent today, they would be pleased that this bill was being debated today, and they would see it as a priority. So I'm not going to trivialise the importance of this bill like some of the opposition benches have done. In terms of the...
Would my honourable friend give way?
I'm very happy to give way.
I think my honourable friend is making a very important point, Mr. Speaker, about the role of the opposition today in opposing in principle this bill. Because whatever concerns one might have about some details, that fundamental point that something needs to be done about the issues that members on both sides have mentioned is the reason why this bill is being proposed, which is why it's such a great concern the opposition are opposing it on first principles.
I very much agree with your comments. We have heard both today but also outside of this debate from senior members of the opposition that they get it, that actually, you know, they do want to put some restrictions in place to stop excessive protests that can have very damaging consequences for people. But we've seen absolutely no evidence that in practice they're prepared to do this. And whenever there is an opportunity to vote in favour of a claim they support, they have opposed that opportunity, which I do think is quite damaging. But I think this points to the wider problem that the Labour Party have, which is that they are caught between, on the one hand, knowing that actually the majority of people do see this distinction between peaceful protest and the reckless behaviour of a minority, but at the same time wanting to pander to extremist elements to the left of the political spectrum. And they are caught between those two different pressures. Fortunately, on this side of the House, we feel no such pressure. On this side of the House, we are absolutely clear who we support. We support the 63% of people who polled very recently said that they support criminalising locking on. And actually that isn't populist to listen to the overwhelming majority who find it deeply frustrating. And actually in East Anglia we were amongst the worst regions impacted, partly because of the oil terminals and around Tilbury and the Thames Estuary in South Essex. You know, we were incredibly badly affected for days on end by the behaviour of some of these individuals, and on a bank holiday weekend. I mean, we've obviously got the story of the caregiver, but we've also got the example of businesses, small businesses, desperately trying to get themselves back on their feet after an incredibly difficult period, being stifled and limiting their ability to do so, again because of the reckless behaviour of a small minority. I mean, I myself remember that day, we had sort of that weekend, I think it was a Monday, which was particularly bad in our area, and I had to, it was only the 6th petrol station that I got to when I was able to get petrol. And the amount of petrols that the average petrol station held in East Anglia went from, I think it was 45% to lower than 20%. You know, so this is a direct consequence of their behaviour. I welcome the fact that we are introducing these new criminal offences for some of the most reckless behaviour when we talk about individuals who go onto the M25, you know, and block, you know, hugely strategic roads. It's dangerous to themselves, it's dangerous to drivers, and it causes immense disruption. And that targeted action that the government have taken to prevent this reckless activity. But I do think there is a point here, which is that I think there have been too many occasions where I don't think the police have been as hands-on as they should be. And it has caused huge frustration to my constituents, where I've seen pictures of reckless protests. And actually, let's be clear. These are not protesters; they are criminals. You know, so I'm going to stop calling them protesters, because at the point to which they decided to sit down in the M25 and endanger themselves and others, they cease to be peaceful protesters. So I will unashamedly call them criminals. You know, when these individuals take that decision, you know, why are we seeing images? Why are we seeing images of police forces just, you know, frankly, dilly-dallying, dancing around and doing very little? Why are we seeing that? You know, why is it the case that when the roads to key oil terminals in South Essex are blocked, why is it the case that the police can't immediately go in there and intervene them and move them off with no pause and no delay whatsoever? So yes, this bill is a step in the right direction. I very much hope it will create a powerful deterrent when it comes to preventing this sort of activity. But I also believe that a firm signal needs to be sent to the police that there have been times on occasion where perhaps they haven't been as proactive as they could have been in moving some of these individuals on. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I've spoken about the opposition and what I think of their views on this matter. But I would also say that some of the comments made by organisations such as Greenpeace, Amnesty International, I think have been deeply regrettable. I think trying to compare you know, the measures in this bill with measures promoted and implemented by the sort of Putin regime and, you know, the regime in Belarus, I think is deeply, you know, demeans the whole argument, and I think it doesn't do them as an organisation a service whatsoever. If they cannot, in their own mind, make the distinction between peaceful, legitimate protests and the individuals we see in Russia who are campaigning for democracy, for free speech, and to live in a world without persecution, without fear, if they cannot find the ability to distinguish between them and the behaviour of individuals who have got every democratic channel open to them, but just want to get their own way. And frankly, it's not enough for them to say, oh, I've used every democratic channel open to me and I haven't got exactly what I want, so I am going to disrupt and undermine our economy, divert police resources. That is not good enough. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill, I'm not going to give away, this bill provides evidence, further evidence, that this government and members on this side get the difference between peaceful protests, and they understand the anger of my constituents and the constituents of others who are sick are being unhooked to an extreme fringe. We don't have the conflict that exists in the Labour Party, and I welcome this bill.
Senator Hobhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We should not be fooled. The measures included in this bill are the very same ones that were overwhelmingly rejected from the Police Crime Sentences and Court Bill in the House of Lords, on the basis that they were a dangerous and blatant power grab and undermining our civil and democratic liberties. These measures include the creation of serious disruption prevention orders that could subject individuals to 24/7 GPS monitoring, whether or not they have been convicted of a crime. They include new stop and search powers for the police, despite a wealth of evidence, as we have heard, that black people are disproportionately targeted. They include a broad, potentially catch-all new offence for being equipped for lock-on. For locking on, meaning you could face an unlimited fine for as much as carrying a bike lock. These are measures that have been described as draconian, authoritarian, and a staggering escalation of the government's clampdown on dissent. They were rightly rejected from the Police Crime Sentences and Court Bill. The ink is not yet dry on that act, yet the government is already trying to reintroduce powers that would not be out of place in some of the world's most repressive regimes. Is this really the kind of country that this Conservative government wants us to be? It goes without saying that no one should be blocking ambulances from getting where they need to be. It puts lives at risk and does nothing to build public support for a cause. Yet, these new laws are not about stopping people blocking roads. If the government really cared about ambulances being delayed, it would be doing far more to tackle the ambulance crisis that is leaving people waiting for hours in the emergency. These new laws are about cracking down on the right to peaceful assembly and protest. The police already have the powers that they need, as we have seen when people are arrested for going beyond what is acceptable for a peaceful protest. The police are not even asking for these powers. They are not supporting them. When consulted, senior police officers said that the orders being proposed by this government would be a massive civil liberty infringement. To make matters worse, this legislation will not even be effective. To quote Liberty, the government cannot legislate people into silence. If peaceful protest is effectively banned, the likely consequence of the bill will simply be to push people to seek more urgent routes of protest. All it will do is undermine confidence in our public institutions, in our police, at a time when public trust in police leadership is already fragile. Mr. Deputy Speaker, without the right to protest, countless hard-earned freedoms would never have been won. From the decriminalisation of same-sex relationships to employment rights to women winning the right to vote, the right to peaceful protest has been a force for change and progress time and time again. Protest is not a gift from the state to be given and taken at will. It is a fundamental right, and it is a foundation on which any democracy stands. We Liberal Democrats will always stand up for that. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to add my support to the efforts of the Honourable Member for Ealing Central and Acton, as has already been mentioned, for an amendment to this bill to introduce buffer zones around abortion clinics. This is a clear and tightly targeted measure that will address the harassment of women accessing health care. Every year, more than 100,000 women in England and Wales have abortions at clinics that are targeted by these groups. Since I last supported this measure in July 2021, 3 more abortion clinics have been targeted for the first time, leaving more women open to abuse and feeling afraid. Last week, Newsnight ran an alarming story on the difficulty clinics and local residents face in getting councils to make use of the... very briefly.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Honourable lady, sorry, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm honestly perplexed by the argument about buffer zones, genuinely, that I understand the need for them, that kind of harassment and protest of people seeking those kind of services, women seeking those services is disgraceful and should not be allowed, I agree. But why just them? Why not hospitals in general? Why not places of worship? Why? I mean, I understand the sensitivity in that particular position, but why is it that protest in particular that you object to? and are willing to ban, but not other forms of, or restrict, or not other forms of protest?
I'm talking about a very targeted measure against protests outside abortion clinics to harass women who are seeking abortion. That's a simple measure that I support today. I mean, we can talk about other measures, but on this particular occasion, I think it is absolutely important that we protect women from these sort of harassments who are already in an extremely vulnerable position. Last week, Newsnight ran an alarming story on the difficulty clinics and local residents face in getting councils to make use of the public spaces protection orders, legislation that the minister says is their only option. These PSPOs create an unacceptable postcode lottery. Our colleagues in Northern Ireland and Scotland are prioritising finding a solution to this form of persistent and targeted harassment. We cannot allow women in England and Wales to be left behind. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will never support a bill which so fundamentally goes against our fundamental civil rights, and all those who do this tonight should be ashamed.
Marco Longhi.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. When the people of this country voted the way they did in 2019, they voted for a no-nonsense government, a Conservative government, which is their party of, and always has been, the party of law and order. Whatever the members opposite think.
Unlike them.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I have said many a time in this place, people in Dudley North, they're ordinary folk working hard to make a living that is increasingly harder to make in the current climate. We all know that. I cannot understand how the privileged and entitled few think that it is acceptable to stop our carers and nurses from being able to get to work to care for our sick and elderly. They think it is acceptable to block a fire appliance from getting to a serious fire, burning a local business to the ground, or more tragically, stopping people inside the burning building from being saved.
Honourable General, give way.
Of course I will.
Thank you very much. And he makes a very powerful point. That belief of ordinary people wanting tough measures against those people who commit crime and commit protest and commit nuisance, does he feel that's one of the reasons why so many people abandoned the Labour Party at the last elections, voted Conservative for the first time, and we have so many Conservative MPs now representing Northern and Midland communities?
Michael Longhi.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The honourable member is absolutely right, which is why it is actually regrettable that in the past we've not been able to do very much about police officers who seem to think that it's quite all right to commit acts of vandalism on statues, whether we like them or not, or they think it's actually quite okay to dance in the street with protesters who shouldn't be congregating there because they're actually breaking lockdown rules into the bargain. The minority of criminals, Mr. Deputy Speaker, who commit these acts, they just disgust me. They have no concept of the real world. They have no concept of the misery they bring to those less fortunate than themselves. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a protest is not peaceful if it blocks key roads. A protest is not peaceful if it interferes with key infrastructure. Peaceful means more than a lack of decibels. New criminal, disruptive and self-defeating tactics carried out by a selfish minority in the name of protest are causing more serious disruption to the British public, with some parts of the country grounding to a halt and police resources being diverted from local communities, which is where we really need them. But the disruption doesn't just stop at simply stopping us from getting from A to B. It is worsening the cost of living crisis. And what's more, blocking a road forces our constituents to make journeys in their cars miles out of their way to get around the idiots who are disrupting them. which not only costs an awful lot more in fuel, money most don't have there to spend, but means more fossil fuels are being burnt and more pollution in our environment. But we cannot even trust the opposition to actually stick up for hard-working people, our constituents.
Correct.
The Shadow Justice and Shadow Home Secretaries both publicly say they do not believe other people should be able to cause disruption to other citizens who are going about their daily business, yet they consistently vote against any measures in this House that would deal with just that. Mr. Deputy Speaker. Yes.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. He makes some good points. It's a great speech, but he will be aware of a prolific nuisance that wanders around Whitehall, rambling and speaking incoherently, usually on a Wednesday with a megaphone. Only last Wednesday, I think it was, he actually exposed some disturbing parts of his body to the Prime Minister as he was passing on his way to work. Disgusting scenes. So it's just my honourable friend agree with me that this bill should include measures to tackle this sort of nuisance behaviour.
Member for making this point. It was probably the one time when exposing himself he actually made more sense than any other time I've actually heard when he was speaking. So, yes, of course I will.
That, like everyone here in this House, we know if you want to get things done, you have to knock on doors, deliver leaflets and persuade people to vote for you. And shortcutting that by disrupting people's lives is not acceptable. If these people want to get things done, they have to do what all of us do, go out and earn votes and change ideas and minds.
The honourable member is quite right, and if he was also referring to the individual who we have just described, I challenged the very person to come and stand against me in Dudley North. Let's see if he's got the courage to do so, or is he just a big loudmouth and a coward as well? Mr. Deputy Speaker, Dudley people want to be able to go about their business without others impinging on their ordinary lives. So this bill brings together a set of common sense approaches, really. This is what it's about. It's about that no-nonsense common sense that ordinary people want this Conservative government to deliver. And I very much want to thank both the Home Secretary and the Policing Minister, who I know he's also doing his best to make sure that police officers in Dudley will deliver on these services through the new police station. I know he's working very hard to deliver for the people of Dudley North. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
John McDonnell. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. When you legislate in this place, I think it's always important that we take care about the scope and the scale of the legislation that we're introducing. And I'm really fearful about the scope and the scale of this particular bill based upon my own constituency experience. Can I just say to the gentleman opposite who raised the issue about ensuring that we have the opportunity to go through the democratic process? There are times when we've gone through the democratic process and unfortunately the politicians that have been elected then let us down. So let me just finish this point so I can explain. In my constituency, we've gone through the democratic process, not often in some instances to the extent that I wanted or with the result, but we've been promised time and time again, for example, that there'll be no further expansion at Heathrow, no third runway, no ifs, no buts, by the leader of the Conservative Party and the Prime Minister. That was then reneged upon. We've been through public inquiries that have recommended no further expansion, that have been reneged upon. And so therefore people feel that they should look for an alternative route that actually complements the balloting route as well. And in many instances, in my constituency, that's resulted in direct protest.
Thank you for giving way. But isn't that just the nature of democracy? And actually, ultimately, in the longer term, you win or lose arguments. Doesn't mean you win or lose every single one. And if I may say, the honourable gentleman might have more credibility on this issue if he didn't have a track record for encouraging direct action against Tory MPs and want us not to speak over about living our daily lives without being disrupted and harassed. So I think you don't really have a record on it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. No. It's the honourable gentleman makes a proper point in the debate. He makes a proper point in the debate, no matter how inaccurate or distorted. But never mind. Let me just explain, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Do you know, are we got this bill cover activities in this chamber? Sorry, can't help myself. Sorry. Let me just explain, in all seriousness, why the scope and scale of this bill will actually potentially criminalise a large number of my constituents. Let me just explain why they resort to direct action. And these aren't what you would describe as the typical protester. Many of them are a whole range of ages. In fact, Heathrow villagers consistently voted for the Conservative Party. There are a lot of people who you would classify as normal Conservative voters, but who've actually engaged in direct action. Why? Because they endure the noise, the air pollution, the respiratory conditions, the cardiac problems, and also now, because of the research that we have, the increase in cancers within our local area as a result of the direct pollution from the airport. 4,000 homes will be demolished if Heathrow expansion goes ahead. From the last inquiry, that's 10,000 of my constituents would lose their homes. That's why they feel so strongly. So what they've done, they're angry because we will lose our Gurdwara, 3 schools, our church will be isolated from the rest of the community. So they've been angry, legitimately angry, because they feel governments consistently, I have to say, of all political parties that have been in government, consistently have let them down. So what have they done? And I just give you this one example of the expansion. At one time, the proposal was to go through our cemetery, and they were had the prospect of disinterring loved ones who'd been buried in that constituency. So you can understand why they were angry. So what did they do? We held public meetings, we tried to hold members of Parliament, ministers to account, and all failed. So they resorted to direct action. They blocked roads, they marched, they demonstrated, they sat down in the road. We had Climate Camp, which attached itself to the land, as defined in this bill will become an offence. And yes, there was a gluing on campaign. Actually, one aspect of the gluing on campaign is that we had one campaigner trying to glue himself to Gordon Brown for 6 months. Never worked, but there you are. If you can define Gordon Brown as a national infrastructure, but there you are. They've gone through an exercise of training on locking on. The reason they've gone through that exercise, let me just finish this point, is they're not locking on to infrastructure outside of their homes. They've trained themselves in the locking on facility inside their homes to prevent demolition. That's the strength of feeling that people have. And these are whole families who've been motivated because of the threat to their community, the threat to their livelihoods, the threat to their homes, the threat to their church, their Gurdwara, their community centres, their local environment, and politicians have consistently, unfortunately, deceived them. So they are going to, I'll let you know, they are going to cause disruption. And I find it difficult to know, I think they are subject to arrest. But again, I'm not sure what the definition of serious disruption is, because the demonstrations that we've been in have caused a large amount of noise. Does that mean it's serious disruption? They've caused traffic jams. Of course they have. And is it the length of time that people are waiting in a traffic jam? I have to say, in all the demonstrations I've been in, there's been no prevention of emergency vehicles going through. The other issue is in this legislation, on clause 3 and 4, we need clarity about what serious disruption is. The other issue is, what is the definition of national infrastructure? In my constituency, is it just within the Heathrow Airport boundary? Is it the roads feeding into the airport? How far does the downstream infrastructure into the airport consist of? Because in some instances, actually virtually every road in my constituency somehow leads into the airport. Therefore, any demonstration anywhere in the constituency could be designated as an offence under this legislation. Yeah, please come in.
I think the right honourable member for giving way. I would be interested if it seems to me that the right honourable member feels that sometimes direct action is justifiable, but perhaps on other occasions direct action isn't justifiable. I'd be interested if the right honourable member could expand upon who would decide whether it was justifiable or not justifiable. Would it be the government, the representative government, or would it be you?
You see, what my constituents and I've taken the view as, because this is such a threat to our community, we're willing to engage in direct action. And under the existing law, if we're prosecuted, we take it on the chin. And we go to court, we explain our case, and you accept the fine or whatever. That's the reality of it. That's the way it works. What this does, though, it takes it to another level. One of the ways in which we've protested is that we blocked the tunnel at Heathrow for an hour. Well, we've never really stayed there that long. We've stayed there half an hour, done a deal with the police, and then released. A number of my constituents were fined for that. We went to court. In fact, it gave them the opportunity in court to express their views about what was going on, expose what was happening. In some ways, it gained us maximum publicity. But now, under this legislation, they could be serving a sentence of a year, and they could have an unlimited fine. There's an issue of balance and fairness, and there's something about British democracy that we've got to uphold, because we have a long tradition of people like my constituents saying to the state, so far and no further, because actually you're going beyond the bounds of the mandate upon which you elected. Certainly, yeah.
More ties. Yeah, I just wondered if I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman, if he would acknowledge that sentencing is not just about the handing out of a punishment, it's also about deterring the offence being committed again. And that in circumstances, as we have seen, for example, where obstructing the highway attracts a level 3 fine, which is up to £1,000, which to some of these protesters doesn't seem to have any impact on their willingness to do it again and again and again, that actually there is some justification in using sentencing as a deterrent.
The problem is, I followed the HMI, Her Majesty's Inspector's advice, and they say this isn't going to be a deterrent. All it will do, I think, is incentivise many more to come forward, because this will make them angry, and it will cause undue suffering. And I'm just giving a very concrete example of what the good people in my constituency are doing. I doubt if any of you, if you thought a road was going through your cemetery to dig up your relatives, I doubt if any of you wouldn't join that demonstration, because a number of Conservative MPs and councillors did join us. Certainly.
Doesn't he agree with me that actually these draconian measures are a sign of weakness of a government that is on the defence?
I'll finish on the motivation in a minute or two, but can I also say, with regard to stop and search, in my constituency we've come to terms with the orders that designate certain wards enabling access on stop and search on the basis of where there's serious drug problems or where there's been a knife attack, etc. And people have come to terms with it. Not everyone is supportive of it, but they've come to terms with it. What I don't think they'd be able to come to terms with is that actually the designation of a whole area in my constituency, just because there might be a demonstration at Heathrow. And it would mean actually you'd have to designate the whole of the Heathrow villages. And can I also say, with this issue of suspicion of carrying materials, you need a police squad in the Heathrow villages outside every shop, because every one of my constituents in those areas could be seen as suspicious when they went to actually purchase something. Certainly, can I not this time, because the honourable member doesn't understand. Finally, let me just say this in terms of the serious prevention disorder orders. The extent by which they can curtail freedom, I think, is beyond anything we've ever seen before. When we're talking about people who are protesting on a whole range of issues, they haven't committed a serious grievous violent offence or anything like that. And as the HMI has said, it is not compatible with human rights. Finally, let me just say this in conclusion. I think this is an incursion on basic human democratic freedoms, an incursion too far. The motivation, I think, I'll be frank about it, I think the motivation is a sort of a populist attempt to garner support for a Conservative Party which is deeply unpopular at times at the moment. But also, I actually do think, my honourable friend from Leeds raised this point, I actually do think the government is fearful that demonstrations will mount as we go through the next 12 months because of the impact of the cost of living crisis. And I think it's in fear of those demonstrations that they're introducing this legislation. But I think it will do more harm than good, and I actually think also it will disillusion more people from the political process. And I just say to the members opposite, be careful what you wish for, because I think this will push more people into more forms of direct action, and forms of direct action that actually none of us would want to see. We all treasure our democratic rights, and that's why actually I'll vote against this bill tonight.
Jonathan Gullis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As Deputy Speaker, the people of Stoke-on-Trent, North Kidsgrove and Tork warmly welcome this important piece of legislation because it is doing exactly what they want to see, which is holding those criminals accountable for their criminality. No one is seriously standing here and suggesting that when the people of Stoke-on-Trent go onto Hanley Town Centre and stand together to protest for the rights of the Kashmiri people, which I have attended in person, no one is saying that the police are going to somehow come in heavy-handed whilst we stand peacefully, speak on a microphone to constituents and residents from across the area to raise the concerns of human rights abuses that are happening to the people of Kashmir. No one is saying that when I get certain trade unions wanting to come outside my office and stand there peacefully in protest, in demonstration against some causes, that somehow I'm expecting the police to come in and round these people up, because I'm not. I welcome them coming outside my office, more than happy to hear their cause, engage with them in conversation and debate. And even if we end up agreeing to disagree, no one in their right mind is saying that the police are going to somehow prevent this action from happening. No one in Stoke-on-Trent, North Kidsgrove and Tork believes for a second that would be appropriate. And if that were the case with this legislation, then I'd be standing up and opposing it. But I'm supporting it because it's actually doing something which is tackling criminal behaviour. Gluing yourself to the M25, where people are travelling at 70 miles an hour, women and children in cars that could easily crash and end up with loss of life. People, therefore, willing to sacrifice apparently their own lives and their own safety selfishly for a cause where they are not even able to stand up in their own beliefs and values of it. The hypocritical nature of these campaigns is what drives people berserk in Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Tork. And let me give you an example. Liam Norton from Insulate Britain says he doesn't care about insulating homes. His words, he doesn't insulate even his own home with no insulation in the walls. He has single pane glass. And people just simply don't like hypocrites, and even called himself a hypocrite. So we're talking about these individuals who are running a campaign, some crusty eco-woke warrior wanting to make some sort of point for Twitter so they can get lots of likes from the far left that make that particular social media platform vile and abusive. Thank God I'm not on it. Great for my mental health. But then you see what goes on these, when you see those actions, when you get Gail Bradbrook from Extinction Rebellion, drives a diesel car, takes an 11,000-mile round trip to Costa Rica, contributing 2.6 tonnes of carbon footprint, which is a quarter of a Brit's yearly average. Again, practice what you preach. Don't stand up and virtue signal for the sake of it, or try and pontificate, and like the Labour Party regularly do, in order to try and make some point to get a few more likes in woke London or on Twitter. Instead, stand up for people of this country who want to see criminal behaviour coming to an end, jumping on top of tube trains, blocking lorries, for example, some of which carry cooking oil, blocking lorries that are carrying cooking oil, blocking lorries that are carrying oil at a time when we have a global fuel crisis. These are the type of mad things that people are sick of seeing. Sorry, we'll give way to my friend.
My honourable friend's right, of course. These are largely deranged members of the bourgeoisie making working people's lives difficult. But actually it's more serious still, because in the case of the sort of demonstrations he's described, the protests, it meant holding up an ambulance on its way to an emergency. It meant stopping a woman getting to the home of her mother, a 95-year-old mother who had had a fall. It meant those people protesting, wholly and completely disregarding the horror and the pain that they were causing, and that shows the sort of people they are. Not about hypocrisy, it's about carelessness and about heartlessness.
I'm very grateful to my right friend, and he makes an absolutely fantastic point. Think about the people who would not have been able to get to their cancer screening appointment. Think about the children already who had not been able to be in school because of lockdown, now having their education further delayed from being in the classroom with their expert, the classroom teacher. Think about the emergency services trying to go about their job, having to deal with protesters and having police as far as Scotland coming down to London, meaning that police were not on the streets in those local areas that they should be serving, allowing criminals potentially to run wild in those areas because, as I say, of some selfish individuals. I did see the Honourable Lady want to give way.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman. He keeps going on about criminals. We've got to get rid of these criminals, we've got to do something about these criminals. And he's characterising an awful lot of people as criminals, but if they're already criminals, that means they've committed a crime. That means they've already been charged and found guilty, or he thinks that they should have. So why haven't they been? And this bill, incidentally, creates an awful lot of civil offences. That's not a criminal either. So why is he calling them criminals? On what basis?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for giving for the intervention. And when I talk about criminals, the Honourable Lady referred earlier to the Black Lives Matter protest. I have absolutely no issue having that important debate about racial inequality in society and looking at what more can be done. But when we saw the criminal behaviour of a particular individual going upon the cenotaph and trying to set alight the Union flag as somehow making some sort of demonstration, a memorial to our glorious dead, who made the ultimate sacrifice and gave their tomorrow for our today. That is criminal behaviour, and that is why it needs to be called out. And that is why I introduced, in the Police Crime Sentencing Courts Bill, the Desecration of War Memorials Bill, which was accepted by the government, and despite the sniping from the party opposite, claiming that I was more interested in protecting statues, not statues, Mr. Speaker, war memorials to the glorious dead, war graves, so that every village, every town, every city of our country remembers those who made those important sacrifices. And someone who lost a friend serving his nation in Afghanistan because of serving over there, that is why I felt so incensed about those disgusting, vile scenes that I saw upon the cenotaph. And that is why any member opposite who does not understand why this bill is important is seriously out of touch with the people of this country. It's the silent majority, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that time and again, and the problem is the party opposite are obsessed with Twitter being somehow the mouthpiece of Britain, or any other kind of woke virtue signalling things like Channel 4, for example. They seem to believe it must be right on every single issue. This is the problem that we have with the Labour Party. That is why the Labour Party were so overwhelmingly rejected by the people of Stoke-on-Trent, in Stoke-on-Trent North, in Stoke-on-Trent Central, and in Stoke-on-Trent South for the first time. And if they want any more proof, then look at the May local elections in Newcastle under Lyme. Labour were touted to take control of that council in every single national poll, in every single national newspaper. They were openly briefing the Labour Party, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that they were going to win this council. The Labour leader of the group at that time openly said at the count that this was their #1 target council and that Labour had thrown all the extra money and resources. And what happened? The Conservatives took that council with 7 gains. They took it from no overall control to Conservative-led for the first time in that council's history, whilst Labour went backwards. If that isn't a wake-up signal, I don't know what is. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Anderson. I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and it's very pleasing to see that it's finally come off the fence and supported this very important bill. But does he think it's a good idea, with the opposition, especially the Labour Party, continually voting against the measures this government are introducing to protect the people of this country? Do you think it may be a good idea for those Labour MPs to come to Stoke-on-Trent North, or Ashfield, or Dudley, or Ipswich, and speak to some real people in real places?
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and I couldn't agree with him more. We do need to organise, I think, a trip round the Red Wall so that they can actually understand why the Labour Party lost those seats, because I hear this sniggering when I mention Stoke-on-Trent from the benches opposite. The only Stoke the Labour Party are aware of is Stoke Newington. They've not gone any further north than that in the last number of years, which is why, again, we have a Conservative-led City Council in Stoke-on-Trent, a Conservative-run Newcastle Lyme Borough Council, a Conservative-run Staffordshire County Council, which under Tony Blair, a man who actually used to win them elections, they used to have 6 of the 12 MPs for the local area. They ran the county council at one stage. They had control of Stoke City Council. They ran Newcastle Borough Council. It just shows facts. I will more than happily give way to the Honourable Lady.
Good over. I don't even want to thank the member for giving me way, because frankly his speech is actually becoming quite insulting when he's talking to members of Parliament who were elected by the people, like in my case, elected by the people of Battersea to represent them. And I'm really grateful that finally the people of Wandsworth decided to vote for Labour and kick the Tories out after 44 years of rule to elect a Labour council. We know what the people of London need, and we do not need to take lessons from that honourable member.
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, Croydon spoke quite loudly, if I remember correctly, by deciding to elect a Conservative mayor, upping the amount of councillors in Croydon, places like Bromley holding on, and Old Bexley, Sidcup, Harrow going towards the Conservative Party as well, and now mass opposition to the mental plan of the Mayor of London, who wants to expand the ULEZ across the whole of Greater London area, smashing 135,000 drivers in the pocket with a daily charge, killing small businesses. If this is Labour-run London, God forbid Labour-run United Kingdom, it would be absolutely terrifying to see what could potentially happen to our community. Madam Deputy Speaker, lovely to see you in the chair, by the way. So, what's important to understand is that this bill is so important, because this bill is about making sure that if you want to glue yourself to a train, risking your own health and well-being, delaying people from going to work to earn their money in a time when we are facing a global crisis with inflation, a global crisis with the cost of energy, with a global crisis on food prices because of events happening in Ukraine, as well as obviously the fact that we are coming out of a global lockdown, which I know the party opposite seem to want to pretend didn't exist. But ultimately, all these things put together mean that when people are not able to go about their daily lives because of a mindless minority of morons who want to act in an inappropriate way by blocking the roads, by stopping the trains, by stopping oil tankers, by smashing up petrol stations, then this bill is necessary. And Madam Deputy Speaker, just to finish, the Shadow Home Secretary, who I appreciate is no longer in her place, but she stood at that dispatch box and gave, I thought, a very passionate and good speech about why the actions of Insulate Britain, Extinction Rebellion and Stop the Oil were unlawful. And I thought she made a fantastic point as to why action needs to be taken. So you can imagine, Madam Deputy Speaker, why the people of Stoke-on-Trent, North Kidsgrove and Talk are simply baffled that the Labour Party will not be joining us in the lobbies this evening and instead be voting against a bill that they seem in principle to support, but because of certain backbenchers on the party opposite, they just don't want to face that rebellion and stare it down. It's a shame the Labour Party has got a long way to go. Thank you, Madam.
Clive Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's always an experience to speak after the member for Stoke-on-Trent. What kind of experience? I don't think parliamentary etiquette allows me to express, but an experience nonetheless. I'd like to comment on some of the engagement tonight from the benches opposite, because I think it's quite instructive. It's like a one-sided equation, and you want to make this issue about the disruption to individuals, the costs to business, and that is one side of the equation. But there is another side to the equation, which is the disruption that the climate crisis is bringing to the world already, bringing to this country, bringing to people around the world. One thing you may or may not know is that between 2010 and 2019, it's estimated that 5 million people have already died from the effects of the climate crisis. Now, I understand you want to talk about an individual in an ambulance, an individual who's been disrupted, but think about the global disruption. Think about what's happening around the world. 800,000 of those people were in Europe. This is something that is happening now. This isn't something that's just happening elsewhere. It's happening here, and it's happening now. I will give way to the honourable member.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. I'm not in denial of the importance of dealing with the climate emergency. However, would he not accept, Madam Deputy Speaker, that those who are leading these so-called protests should be leading by example, and that when they are saying that they don't actually care about insulating homes, nor are they insulating their own home, that doesn't send a very good message from the top when you're trying to convince a nation to follow your lead?
And that individual thank you, Madam Chair. And that individual has made their comments. I guess the question we have to ask ourselves is, who are the criminals here, are those individuals who try to come together collectively to stand up against a government that's failing them on the climate crisis, against big corporations that have deep billion-pound pockets to be able to buy influence, which I'll come on to later on, in Parliament, across politics? Or is it those individuals who are trying to use the only apparatus they have to stand up and speak up for the things that they feel impassioned about? And that's what this debate is, because I would argue that the criminals are those who are willfully pushing to extract more oil from our oil fields, who are pushing us off an existential cliff edge. Those are the real criminals that I think this country and the British people increasingly understand are the people who need to be held to account. But don't take my word for it. Take that radical, that socialist radical, the Secretary General of the UN. You may think he's woke, but nonetheless, he's someone who I think is increasingly and very important to global politics. Climate activists are sometimes depicted as dangerous radicals, but the truly dangerous radicals are the countries that are increasing the production of fossil fuels. Cue our own government that is attempting now to do that itself. Look, we on these benches know all too well that this government and its track record of attacks on human rights, on democracy, on the poor, the vulnerable, trade unions, on justice, on migrants, and all of this undermining even our democratic rights to protest now, against the very essence of what it means to live in a democracy. I mean, don't take my word for it. Again, if you want to hear some other points of view about what this government's bill is attempting to do, Parliament's Joint Committee on Human Rights states the bill's proposals are oppressive and wrong, and the Equality and Human Rights Commission has stated the measures undermine human rights legislation. Former senior police officers describe the bill, the previous bill, and the acts in it harmful to democracy. 700 legal academics call for the bill to be dropped. The UN Special Rapporteurs and the top human rights officials warn that the bill threatens our rights, and over 600,000 members of the public have signed a petition against the bill. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, what possible motivation could this government have to push through such an authoritarian and regressive bill? It's a legitimate question I think we on these benches should be asking. So regressive, so anti-democratic, even members on their own benches are balking at its sweeping and draconian powers. So let's take a look at the critical infrastructure protest part of this bill. It's a section that, like so much of this government's agenda, has literally been lifted directly from the hard neocon right in the US. Because you can see, look, the Bloomberg News report from 2019 and their expose uncovered extensive lobbying by the oil and gas industry to criminalise process near extraction sites. And we know as well that there are members of this government. The Conservative Party itself has received in the last few years more than £1 million from the oil and gas industry. So it's legitimate for us to ask what the government's motivations are when it comes to this bill. I will give way.
Grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. The Honourable Gentleman, Madam Deputy, talked about motivations. Can we ask about Labour Party motivations from the millions they take from trade unions?
This money in British politics. Yeah, it is. You can quote me on that. The cleanest money, because we declare it and we're representing the interests of workers, which is why our party was set up. So we'd have no shame. We're proud of where our funding comes from. And we know as well, as many of us on these benches have seen, much of that money that's funding the Conservative Party has come from the kleptocrats of Russia, of whom you have more in common with than you do with the people of this country. No, I'm going to make some progress here. So look, Madam Deputy Speaker, I very quickly want to finish on an issue of freedom, something that goes to the heart of this bill. And the benches opposite revel in being the so-called party of freedom. But let's interrogate that a little. Whilst some freedoms are indeed zero-sum, many are unfortunately not. As Isaiah Berlin explained, freedom for the pike means death for the minnow. And as such, when the benches opposite talk of freedom, we must ask a critical question. And you're talking now about freedom. You often talk about freedom. You're talking about the freedom for people to go about their lives and so on. But let's have a look at freedom. Freedom for whom And freedom against whom? Because that's what you don't explain when you talk about freedom. Freedom from trade unions is freedom for corporations to exploit their workers. Freedom from regulation and red tape, as they call it, is freedom for corporations to pollute our rivers and restrict our freedom to swim or to fish. Freedom from tax, another staple of the benches opposite, is freedom from redistribution, essential for fairness and social mobility. And now, here we have freedom being mentioned again. And this time, it's freedom from protest. And that is freedom against the public's right and ability to hold big business and this government to account for the climate destruction that it is undertaking. And we on these benches know which side the members opposite are on, and the British public increasingly know which side the members opposite are on. And you may wrap this up. You may wrap this up in the notion of the ability of law and order to hold back these unwashed masses, but actually they're the people that are fighting for all of our freedoms and futures in a world where the climate crisis isn't taking place and isn't being fuelled by your friends in the big corporation and oil sector. And that's the reality.
Just a gentle reminder about the word you. A gentle reminder that I think earlier it was suggested that about 8 minutes per speaker would be appropriate, and a reminder that we must keep our language temperate. Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now then, I'll try and keep this brief and not, in my usual fashion, not be controversial. We have a proud tradition in this country of being able to protest and have our voices heard. And we've got something else in this country which is called democracy, which I think sometimes the opposition benches forget about. We got an 18-seat majority at the last general election, and we got that to get tough on law and order, and this bill provides that. Now, I'm one of the people in this chamber that stood on the picket line. I stood on a picket line in 1984 when the miners' strike were on, with my dad and my uncles and my friends, and I stood on those picket lines for a year. And I saw the good and bad of protests. I saw the good, where men could be in the most dire circumstances, could keep their spirits up. They protested for something they believed in. But I also saw the bad. I saw the violence. I saw the horrible scenes. I saw the miners getting injured. I saw the police getting injured. I saw the police horses getting injured. I saw the dogs getting injured. It was awful, awful times. And I never want to go back to those times again. And I thought we wouldn't until I saw the horrible scenes on Whitehall when the BLM riots took place just a year ago or so. And it was awful, awful scenes. And like I say, I never want to go back to those scenes again. But protest is important in this country, and I've had my own protests throughout the years. And I'll tell you about a couple of protests I have had. I was attacked viciously on both occasions by the Labour Party and the left of this country for having my protests. I did a simple protest last year during the football, when I refused to watch the England team because of their stance on taking the knee. That was my little protest. It wasn't a violent protest. I didn't go out in the streets, I didn't go banging drums, I didn't get my megaphone out, I didn't shout at people. All I did was just refuse to watch a few football matches. And what happened? I was attacked by every single member on the opposite benches, the mainstream media. In fact, the Daily Mirror, they voted me the worst man in Britain. And that is an accolade now which is so close to my heart, and I'm so proud. I hope I get it this year as well. But let me talk about the next one-man protest that I did in Ashfield, which was a few years back, when I was a Labour councillor, by the way. We had a problem on a beauty spot in Ashfield where the travellers kept coming. They kept ruining the site. They would leave rubbish there. They'd be out thieving at night. There were pets going missing. All sorts of shenanigans, people being threatened, effing and blinding, playing music, making fires, burning wire, all the typical behaviour that you associate with a site like that. And then I asked the council to put some barriers up to stop them coming back. The council refused. So we tidied the site up. It cost thousands of pounds. And then they returned again. The travellers returned and did exactly the same. Foul-smelling smoke coming in the fires, burning wire to get the copper out. There were neighbours being threatened. There was excrement everywhere. And eventually, when the conditions got so bad they couldn't live there anymore, they moved on again. And I thought, my goodness, we can't carry on like this. We've got to sort this out. So I said to the council, put some barriers up. Again, they said no. So I got 2 big blocks. I got a JCB, 2 big boulders from a local demolition site, and I went up and I blocked this car park off. And guess what? They didn't come back, the travellers, because they couldn't get on. But guess what the local Labour group did? The Momentum controlled Labour group, because of my one-man protest. Guess what they did? They issued me with a fine for fly tipping. I got a £100 fine for fly tipping. That was that was them agreeing with my protest, or not agreeing with my protest. I got a fine for fly tipping. But luckily, my residents, my common sense residents in a red wall area, said, we'll pay that fine for you. But luckily, the fine was rescinded in the end. But that just shows you what the Labour Party think. When one person tries to do a protest on their own, they issue fines. Now, what we've got to realise with this bill is we're not voting to stop protests. We're voting to keep members of the public safe. We're voting to keep our roads open. We're voting so people can go about their daily business, so they're not hindered. We're voting to stop criminal damage. What is wrong with that? I just don't understand why you would vote against it. And I've said it before, we've seen these eco-hooligans, these whatever they are, in the street dancing off their heads on something, blocking motorways, gluing the ears to motorways. It's unbelievable. And unlike the opposition benches, the people of this country, this great country of ours, have had enough of it. They're sick of seeing it. They're sick of switching the TV on and seeing these idiots, stopping our way of life. And anybody would think that we're voting to live in a communist state, but we're not. We just want people to live in a safe country and go about their business. I wonder if that like opposite, they understand how angry the British people are when they see statues being pulled down, they see buildings being damaged. Do they think it's big and clever? And I know one of the members opposite spoke about the type of people, he's not in his seat at the moment, the type of people that demonstrate. But I'll tell you the type of people on the demonstrations we've been seeing, like the Insulate Britain and all these eco-warriors. We've got 3 categories, really. We've got the middle-aged hippies, they're probably about my age. They've probably got a few bob in bank, they drive the big 4x4, they turn up to a protest, they turn up in the hemp vest, they probably got the latest bowl of muesli, eco-friendly muesli in the rucksack, and they go out and cause mayhem, absolute mayhem, because they've got nothing else better to do. And then we've got the socialist worker type, haven't we? This is the irony of a socialist worker. I used to mix with some of these back in the earlier days. The socialist workers I met, not one of them went to work. They were socialists, but not one of them had a job. They've got nothing else better to do than go out and cause trouble. Yeah, you might look with, again, with lazy expressions on your face, but that's the socialist workers. I'm not even going to start on the students because they're young. They'll grow out of it, they'll know better. But we've all seen the disgusting scenes on Whitehall during the BLM riots just a year or so ago. And as a party, we were very quick to condemn the violence, and rightly so. But what did the party opposite do? What did they do? Did they condemn the violence? No. What did they do? They sent the troops out. They went out and stood shoulder to shoulder with the rioters, the same rioters who were attacking our police outside Downing Street. It's absolutely disgraceful. Now, all we want to see, Madam Deputy Speaker, in this party is less criminals on the street, less knives on the street, less trouble on the street. So for once, please, the opposition benches, can you do 3 things or 4 things? Could you back our police, back our people, back our country and back this bill?
Yeah. Thank you. Bel Ribeiro-Addy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With all of the crises we're facing in our country, it speaks volumes that the first bill of a new parliament is yet another piece of authoritarian anti-protest legislation. The message from this government is clear. Its top priority is making it harder to protest the cost of living crisis, not actually helping people through it. The government has already introduced some of the most serious and sweeping restrictions on the right to protest with their Policing, Crime Sentencing Courts Act, and this bill just takes the assault on our rights one step further by reviving many of the other failed measures that were rightly thrown out in the other place. Restricting protests, expanding discriminatory stop and search, introducing jail sentences on unlimited fines for demonstrating around national infrastructure and new offences for locking on will not help my constituents pay their bills or indeed address many of the issues that they will tend to protest about. This is yet another bill which seeks to stop people making their voices heard and disadvantages our poorest and most marginalised communities. Laws are not reasonable or fair if rights are protected only for those who agree with the government and curtailed for people who wish to challenge it. So I agree with the Honourable Member for Paisley and Renfrewshire when she spoke last week, and she coined it right by saying that we were sleepwalking into fascism. This country's tradition of dissent has paved the way to our rights and freedoms, and those protests are the reasons that someone of my class, race and gender has the rights that I have. But this bill contains measures that would have outlawed the protests that won votes for women and trade unions. And there is no doubt, in my mind at least, with this government's trajectory, that these will be used against pickets in industrial disputes. Whilst the bill says there's actually going to be a defence when it comes to trade disputes, this defence is not going to be available to prevent the new serious disruption prevention orders for individuals who take part in more than one protest within a 5-year period, even if they haven't been convicted. This obviously targets union officials who regularly attend and organise pickets. And with the Trade Union Act, the Policing Crime and Sentencing Act, and everything else in between, and now this bill, you've all but eradicated what was already a severely restricted right to picket. Our unions are part of the last line of defence against this government's attack on working class people, and I cannot believe that the government would stoop this low. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's wrong that this bill extends stop and search powers and introduces new serious disruption orders when existing stop and search powers are already a key component of the racially unjust criminal justice system. Marginalised communities are already disproportionately likely to face criminalisation and harassment. Just last month, there was a national outcry when it emerged that a black teenager had been strip searched by police at school, having been falsely accused of possessing cannabis. And there's been a string of revelations about the racism and misogyny that still blights UK policing, clearly exampled in the vile racism and misogyny uncovered in the Charing Cross police station and the already record low confidence in policing. I will give way.
Well, the Honourable Lady speaks about stop and search. She will know that in a 2-year period up until 2021, 150,000 arrests were made as a direct result of stop and search. She will know that in 2019, 50,000 knives were found and removed. Those are arrests that prevented crimes and knives that might have been used to take life or at least to injure. Surely, she recognises, stop and search is just part of the means by which we can crack down on crime.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I have no issue with evidence-based stop and search. If there is a reason to stop somebody, that's absolutely fine. Unfortunately, the police continue again and again to stop and search people from certain communities, and all that does is to continue to go down this route where confidence in policing is extremely low. That doesn't do anything to solve crime. And I want to continue to talk about misogyny as well, because I think about the horrifying treatment of those who attended the vigil in my constituency when they were commemorating and Sarah Everard and other women that had lost their lives to violence last year. And that made clear there that women opposing violence against women weren't safe from male violence, even from those who are tasked with protecting us from it. And this bill particularly targets, and have been mentioned many times, the activism groups of people like Extinction Rebellion, Just Stop Oil, Insulate Britain, Kill the Bill, and the Black Lives Matter movement, who have all used disruption to draw attention to major injustices like the climate crisis, attacks on our civil liberties, and institutional racism. Instead of taking action to address these injustices, the government wants to stop people speaking out about them. We have to remember that today's protests are signposts for tomorrow's progress. How does it make sense, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the government to support protests around the world whilst cracking down on the right to protest here? Amnesty International have clearly pointed out that these authoritarian provisions are similar to repressive policies in countries that the UK regularly criticises. Yes, Russia, Hong Kong and Belarus. And the message to the public is very, very clear that we have to put up with it or shut up. This continuous attempt to criminalise dissent is a threat to everyone who wants to stand up for what they believe in and anyone who believes in a better society. And the way that this government continues to push down this agenda, it's clearer than ever that we have to oppose this bill today and oppose all further attempts of the government to move forward with this authoritarian way of running this country.
Bristow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This country has allowed and tolerated protest for centuries. I'm not convinced that many protests achieve anything much beyond noise, but we are a democracy. Freedom of speech in our media should be matched by the freedom to express those views in... Of course I will.
The honourable gentleman has said that he is not aware that protests have actually done anything worthwhile. What about the protests of the Chartists? What about the protests of suffragettes? What about protests calling for peace? Does he really think that those historic protests achieve nothing?
The Right Honourable Lady is a long-standing member of this House and has enormous respect by me and by many people in this House. But I would just respectfully point out that is not what I said. What I said was that I'm not convinced that many protests achieve anything much. There are notable examples where protests have achieved a great deal. But I'm not convinced, Madam Deputy Speaker, that many of the protests we see each and every day now are achieving anything at all. That's my point. Freedom of speech in our media should be matched by the freedom to express those views, and I agree with the right honourable friend, the right honourable member for Hackney and Stoke Newington, because protest is important. That's the point I was trying to make. That was the point exactly I was trying to make. Because whether it achieves anything or not, that's besides the point. Because the fact that so much of it comes from political perspectives that are opposed to mine is also beside the point. Anyone tempted down that route just needs to look around the world. The scenes in Russia of protesters with blank signs being arrested are a reminder that what we could stand to lose is nothing less than freedom itself. So I will always defend legitimate protest by those with whom I disagree. However, there are also illegitimate ways of protesting, ways that go beyond the expression of a view to impositions on the freedoms of others and the violations of our laws, and to acts which can even pose a risk to people's lives. Direct action is not a legitimate form of protest. Locking on, which is defined in Clause 1 of the bill, is not a legitimate form of protest. Obstruction of major transport works, which is defined in Clause 3 of the bill, is not a legitimate form of protest. Of course.
It seems to me the Honourable Gentleman is distinguishing is peaceful protest, of which there is a long tradition, as he's rightly said, and violent protest. And these acts are violent acts. The destruction of property, the attacks on individuals, the not just the inconvenience, but the nuisance, the real damage caused, life-threatening damage caused when roads are blocked. These are acts of violence. They are militant and extreme, and they can be distinguished from peaceful, legitimate protest.
My right honourable friend, as always, is absolutely correct when it comes to this point. Because interference with key national infrastructure, as set out in Clause 4 and 5, is not legitimate protest. Of course I'll give way.
There's an inconsistency here which is just breathtaking. His honourable friend from Ashfield has just described how he stood on a picket line during the miners' strike. Picket lines designed to stop scab workers going into somebody else's colliery in many instances. That is direct action, not indirect action, but direct action. Is he saying all of the people on picket lines should have been arrested? Is that really what he's saying?
If my honourable friend wants to relive the battles of the 1980s, if my honourable member wishes to turn around and say that preventing legitimate people wanting to earn a living, provide for their families and earn money is illegitimate, or is wrong, then I'm quite happy to be on the other side of the debate from the honourable member.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. I noticed the honourable gentleman opposite described people who went to work during the strike as a scab. I'm sure that my honourable friend would agree with me. That's disgraceful language. He should take it back, and quite frankly, he should be ashamed of himself.
Well, that's a point which I agree with wholeheartedly. But let's get back to the substance of this debate, because I'm very proud and very pleased to stand on a record and stand perhaps at the next general election on a record of having this bill passed, because I said during the Queen's speech that the people of Peterborough are hugely supportive of measures taken against those who would glue themselves to roads, who would disrupt ambulances, and who would stop hard-working people going about their ordinary business. Because in that, they are no different to a large majority of people across this country. Extinction Rebellion, Insulate Britain, Just Stop Oil, and the rest of these extreme groups, and I use that word carefully because they are extreme groups, are opposed to the democratic process and against the democratic majority. And the only reason that we've heard howls from the opposition benches is because those members likewise disagree with the view of the majority. It's because they sympathise with serious disruption when it suits their own political causes. And it's because they apply the rule of law to the government but fail to apply it to a mob. We have a duty to protect the public from the irresponsible, selfish and dangerous behaviour of extremists. Serious disruption prevention orders are a sensible and proportionate response. Otherwise, we will continue to see repeat offences by those who place their own opinions above the rights, the health and the livelihood of others. Our courts need these powers to uphold the integrity of the law. Our society needs these measures to uphold our civil and civic values. My right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, should be thanked for bringing this bill forward by every democratically elected member of this House in bringing some of these measures blocked in the other place by the unelected members of this Parliament. She's doing democracy's work. And if I may, I want to tell the House a story about Sahana, a constituent of mine. I've changed her name. I mean, this is interesting for the honourable members opposite to actually listen to, because she's changed her name. She's changed her name because she doesn't want her name told mentioned in the House of Commons in fear that she would be targeted for repercussions. So I've changed her name because Sahana is a nurse, and for a while she was living with her sister somewhere else, but at the same time was working at Watford General Hospital. And one morning, while she was driving to work, she encountered traffic jams tailing back miles and miles while protesters, public nuisances, blocked the road, blocked the M25 at junction 23 for South Mims. She was monstrously late for work, as were many of her colleagues. And as a result, many kind of shifts were seriously on demand. A clinic was cancelled. It didn't go ahead, and patients suffered. They did not get the NHS treatment that they deserved. What is the justification for this?
None.
Members opposite who somehow support measures like this, protests like this, need to seriously look themselves in the mirror. At the very least, they should get on board with this legislation that will address these, and I don't even want to call them protests, because they're not protests, these irritants, these nuisances that have serious consequences for hard-working people, and of course access to public services. So I just want to end with just one really legitimate point. When I talk about illegitimate processes, I'm not talking about the passionate people who in my constituency protested against about certain things that occurred to the Windrush generation. I'm not talking about those quite nice Extinction Rebellion protests, even the local Peterborough people who my office fed tea to when they protested outside my office. These people weren't blocking the highway. These people weren't gluing themselves to public infrastructure. They weren't locking in. They weren't causing serious disruption. That form of protest, it's what we're all here to defend. But what we're not here to defend, Madam Deputy Speaker, are people who go beyond that, go beyond legitimate protest. But I'll always stand up for those who do organise legitimate protests, even though I disagree with them.
Kate Ostermore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, we face a multitude of crises on many fronts, and
I totally agree with my honourable friend, who's not in her seat now, for us from Streatham, who powerfully put on record that the cost of living crisis and the housing crisis are matters which this government should be dealing with. Perhaps most importantly is the climate justice crisis. But the Conservatives are not interested in taking measures to address these important issues. No, their government is instead trying to clamp down on the right of people to urge that serious action be taken. Clearly, our old-age democratic right to protest is just too inconvenient. This is what you get when you have a government informed by the niche interests of right-wing culture warriors who do not even understand what being woke actually means.
Yeah. Will my honourable friend give way?
Yes, I give way.
Diane Abbott. Is my honourable friend alarmed, as I was, to hear members opposite talk about the need for police to be more hands-on with protesters? It's almost like they're urging the police to physically intervene with lawful protest.
I totally agree with my right honourable friend. The comment that you have just made, the statement that you have just made, is very worrying when we think of the young black men who are disproportionately stopped and searched and strip-searched for no apparent reason other than the colour of their skin. I would like to use my time to focus on Clause 7. Clause 7, the power to stop and search without suspicion, is a very worrying clause. This will enable senior police officers to authorise police to stop and search anyone within a designated zone for a period of time without any grounds for suspicion whatsoever. It states this power is designated power for police to look for objects that would be involved in the so-called protest-related offences. According to the explanatory notes, this would include, apparently, threatening objects such as glue and padlocks. I would like to ask the Minister, in rounding up, will this also include pen, paper, a hat, water, change of clothes, sanitiser, a face mask? As well as being part of this ridiculous fixation on locking on offences, I believe this measure is designed to instil fear amongst many who may be mistrustful of the police, having had themselves or known people who have had bad experiences interacting with the police in the past. This could have the effect of dampening turnout for all kinds of protests and campaigns, which I'm sure the government will be pleased to see. We have a long-known existing stop and search powers disproportionately impacting racialised communities, which was so eloquently put in our Right Honourable Member for Hackney North and Stoke Newington in her speech. So it is our communities with which this burden of being subject to more searches will fall on the hardest, and from which more people will be put off from making their voices heard. Could I also remind this House that the Spy Cops inquiry is ongoing? This is looking into the abuses of police power, where undercover police spied on a particular anti-racist, socialist and anti-war groups, as well as the Stephen Lawrence Justice Campaign. This should really raise alarms in this House. We know the suspicion with which the forces of the state have generally held towards groups that are fighting for radical change. It's clear those groups will be targeted by this action, only eroding dissenting voices. Madam Deputy Speaker, one day everyone will look back at this government clamping down and prosecuting climate protesters with as much disgust as we do. Past governments who imprisoned suffragette fighting for women fighting for the right to vote. Anyone who wishes to be on the right side of history should stand up for the democratic right and values and must oppose this authoritarian Home Office, Home Secretary, and vote against this bill tonight.
Matt Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am grateful to see this bill brought forward today to protect the rights of everyday men and women across this country who want the freedom to get on with their daily lives. Some of the dangerous and irresponsible disorder we've seen on our streets in recent times and the havoc it has wreaked on innocent people's lives should not be described as protest. Some would say it verges on domestic terrorism. We've seen attempts to stop the distribution of newspapers because hooligans didn't agree with the contents. Areas of this, our capital city, brought to a standstill at rush hour because some lefty activist wants to glue themselves to a road. The public have been aghast that this could happen, and our police did not have the powers they needed to tackle it. The police have been left frustrated and diverted from the work they are doing in our communities, tackling crime and making our streets safer, to play marshal and, in fact, put their lives at risk on our highways, stewarding this pandemonium. I would.
Is he as shocked as I was to hear the Home Secretary's comments at the start of this debate that over £175 million has been spent just in the last couple of years on certain specific protests, already money which should be going into our local communities, either him in Stockton and Cleveland area or me in County Durham, to help us fight some of those real antisocial behaviour problems that our communities are facing at the moment?
I couldn't agree more. I'm delighted to see 13,000 more police officers on our streets. I want them to spend their time tackling these issues in Stockton South instead of joining this jamboree. Law-abiding citizens have been stunned by these scenes and want to see our police force empowered to protect the rights of everyday people trying to go about their daily lives. Why should someone be able to prevent you from getting to work? Why should someone be able to prevent your children getting to school? Why should someone be able to prevent your dying relative getting to hospital in an ambulance? 63% of people support the creation of a criminal offence of locking on, and it's very clear to me why. We must protect the freedom of our citizens against a minority who would seek to impede them. Moreover, I can see how genuine protesters would be frustrated. You turn up to a protest to stand up for a noble cause, and some of these serial protesters turn up en masse, like some sort of travelling circus. Full of clowns, these groups hijack your protest for some sort of superglue soiree. They bring individual campaigns into disrepute, damage public support or sympathy that you might have worked hard to...
I'm extremely grateful that is making a compelling case for the bill. We've heard from the critics of this bill that the end justifies the means. That because the end is, in their judgment, noble, any means, however violent, however disruptive, are legitimate. Isn't that the argument that's been used by every extremist, indeed every tyrant throughout history?
These actions, you're entirely right, and I couldn't agree more, they undermine public support and sympathy for genuine causes and create division and misery in the name of genuine causes. So for the everyday people right across the country who should have the right to go about their daily lives without interference, for those who wish to undertake peaceful and legitimate protest, and for those police officers frustrated by wasting their time when they could be making our community safer, I think this is the right way forwards. Thanks to this government, there are now 13,000 more police officers on our streets, and I want to see them out tackling crime, not distracted and diverted by these jamborees of disruption, division and criminality. And finally, I'd like to disagree with some of the assumptions made today that police forces will use the powers in this bill disproportionately and improperly. Of course, there are horrendous exceptions where we see misuse of police powers, but we should differentiate. The brave men and women who sign up as police officers put themselves in harm's way to protect us. They should be backed and given the powers they need to get on with the job.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think that this bill is a deeply dangerous bill, and I am very pleased to support the reasoned amendments that have been put down to it. The measures in it represent a fresh, outright attack on our fundamental rights. Indeed, as others have said, the human rights organisation Liberty has called it a staggering escalation of the government's clampdown on dissent. We're in the grip of multiple crises, a cost of living scandal that is pushing millions of households into fuel and food poverty, a war in Ukraine with disastrous consequences, and the accelerating climate and nature emergencies. What we need at this critical juncture is more democracy, not less. not a ban on our constituents participating in certain protests, not subjecting them to 24-hour GPS monitoring for the crime of disagreeing with the government, and not barring them from participation in public life. Now, today I want to focus on serious disruption prevention orders, touching as well on stop and search and the creation of new offences. Serious disruption prevention orders are a form of banning order and might be more accurately called sinister, disproportionate political orders. Sinister because the idea that someone can be banned from attending a protest for up to 2 years simply because they have participated in at least 2 previous protests within a 5-year period is nothing short of Orwellian. You don't need to have been convicted of a crime, you just need to have dared to exercise the right to take part in a peaceful protest, dared to attend rallies against Brexit, dared to have marched against going to war, dared to hold our children's hands as they went on climate strike. And how will the police know if someone falls into this category? How will they know if someone is engaged in other activities the bill deems unlawful, like buying a bike lock or painting a banner? How? Well, thanks to drastically expanded surveillance powers, of course, about which I shall say more shortly. The world was rightly outraged by footage of peaceful protesters in Russia being bundled into police vans and silenced for opposing Putin's war in Ukraine. Make no mistake, this clampdown on British citizens is cut from the same cloth. So I will spell it out. An SPDO would completely remove someone's right to attend a protest and therefore must be resisted by any right-thinking person who values our democracy. Disproportionate. Proposals to impose sinister banning orders are nothing new and have, time and again, been labelled disproportionate as well. In response to a previous iteration, Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Fire and Rescue Services and even the Home Office issued the same warning about their impact on someone's ability to take part in protest. And they also stated, and I quote, "It is difficult to envisage a case where less intrusive measures could not be taken to address the risk that an individual poses and where a court would therefore accept that it was proportionate to impose a banning order." In other words, the provisions in this bill to restrict citizens are disproportionate to the supposed threats they are seeking to address. Moreover, the measures in this bill take state surveillance to chilling new levels. For example, allowing electronic monitoring of someone subjected to an SDPO, with only the vaguest of safeguards applying to any data collected and the potential for associated negative impact on individuals' privacy and the wider community. It bears repeating again here that this could be happening to someone who has committed no crime. Now, as someone who has previously used parliamentary privilege in this place to open the lid on the immoral and arguably unlawful actions and sanctioning of police spies, this caused me considerable concern. The Home Office argues that such levels of interference are justified by the emergence of groups such as Insulate Britain and No More Oil. But existing legislation already grants the powers that reasonable policing of these kinds of protests demands. For example, thanks to the Public Order Act 1986 and the Protection from Harassment Act 1997. And this bill is disproportionate too because the new offences contained within it could criminalise people from linking arms and having in their possession everyday items like the bike locks that are simply capable of causing so-called serious disruption. There is no requirement for any disruption to be actually happening. Now, this just about falls short of policing people's thoughts and intentions, but the direction of travel is clear and it should terrify us all. So sinister, disproportionate and political as well. Political because the provisions allow far too much scope for police interpretation. On the new broad power for protest-specific stop and search, for example, a suspicion that someone might have knitting needles or a hoodie or even just a marker pen in their bags could be grounds for the police to act. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it doesn't stop here.
I just wondered if she could ever consider circumstances in which Section 60 stop and search, which covers an area for a long period of time, is it ever justifiable in her view, or should that power also be removed from the police?
As others have said, when there is evidence to suggest that someone who might be the subject of stop and search, there might be a good reason for doing that. Evidence-based stop and search is not what's in question here. What is in question here is stop and search basically on the basis of a whim. And as others have very eloquently said, there is a very real danger of actually antagonising some of the groups who are already most disadvantaged, and therefore of actually making this situation far worse. The government want to give the police powers to stop and search someone or a vehicle in a protest context, even when there are no grounds for suspicion. This will be permissible simply if a police officer believes an offence like willfully obstructing a highway or intentionally causing a public nuisance might happen in the area, or thinks some people in the area might be carrying prohibited items. And there we are, back to the marker pens and the knitting needles. Now, protest is, by its very nature, liable to cause a public nuisance, disruption, noise, and to have specific targets. But real democratic leadership doesn't seek to ban opposition voices for protesting. Only a cowardly government that doesn't trust or respect its people would take such a step.
Minister.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady. I just wanted to ask whether she, notwithstanding her objection to the banning of protest, whether she subscribes to the enthusiasm across the House of the ban of protest near abortion centres or clinics. Is she supporting, and has she supported, the creation of buffer zones that ban protests in those circumstances? And if that's the case, is she possibly, maybe not, possibly guilty of only wanting to ban protests that she doesn't agree with?
Thank him for his intervention, and I disagree with the premise of that intervention. Yes, I have been proudly in the forefront of those moves to say that women who are seeking health care, essentially what they are doing is seeking the right they have to health care, should not be subject to the personal and very direct and very threatening individual harassment that happens all too frequently outside abortion centres. I have been on more demonstrations, I would wager, than anyone on that side of the House. I've been arrested for them, I have been alongside them, and I have to say in parenthesis that I think that the characterisation that I've heard of protesters from that side of the House is so wildly short of the mark. But I haven't seen anything that is tantamount to the kind of harassment and direct intimidation that I have seen outside abortion centres, and that is why I do not think that his comparison is a reasonable one. And while I'm on the subject of who makes up protesters, I am fascinated by this division that we have of the protesters that we support and the ones that we don't. It seems to me that we support the ones who are silent and probably protesting in their own front room because we don't like protest to be disruptive. No, I won't. Protest is by its definition disruptive. And I can promise him and others on that side of the House that the protesters that I have been alongside include grandmothers who've never been on a protest before. They include nurses and doctors and teachers and care workers and people who collect the refuse. They are our community. It is not the case. I do not buy into this kind of division that they are trying to make between a community on the one side and protesters on the other. The protesters are from those communities. They come up from them and they are part of them. So I say no to the kind of divisiveness that I'm hearing over and over again for the past 5 hours that we've been sat here subjected to it. So I sincerely hope that even if ministers persist with this draconian and dangerous bill, they will at least recognise the dangerous impact of already existing suspicionless stop and search powers, including their ineffectiveness, their contribution to racial disproportionality and erosion of trust in the criminal justice system, and that they will not seek to extend them and therefore perpetuate these outcomes. More than that, though, my hope is that this bill, which is riven with political ideology and puts the police, frankly, in an untenable position, can be stopped in its tracks. In summary, I cannot find one shred of sense, proportionality or necessity in this bill, and I hope colleagues will join me in opposing it at every opportunity.
Richard Fuller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady, the Member for Brighton Pavilion, and in her contribution she certainly put out the most certain bet that she has been on more protests than most other people in this House, and she is honourable for doing so. She said, I think, that the contributions on this side had promoted divisiveness. I don't agree with her on that. I think people in this House have been trying to make their point of view. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, perhaps standing alone, I shall be a sole voice in expressing some reservations myself about the intent of some of the measures in this bill. I was very grateful to hear some of the contributions by the Home Secretary, particularly her willingness to look at focusing on this bill, and that would be something I would like to take up with the Policing Minister himself, who on previous bills has been able to explain to me some of the more detailed provisions. Listening to this debate, at some points it's not been clear if members have been focusing on the issue that this bill is about protest, or this is about climate change, or this is about criminal damage. And I think where this bill is at its best is when it focuses in on those who would use protest as a cover for undertaking damage or creating unreasonable disruption. And that when it strays away from that, it starts to lose its way into an area where all democratic governments need to be careful, which is how does a government of the day pass legislation to have an effect on protest. So my first concern of principle, Madam Deputy Speaker, is around imprecision, and I'll mention a couple of clauses on that. I had written down that I had some concerns about why, having just taken a bill through Parliament, a very large bill, we had this bill sort of represented today. I do think the opposition, that the Right Honourable Lady, the Leader for the Opposition, who spoke for the opposition, did have a point about why has this come back so soon and whether we have had time to see what the impact of the measures be. And again, when the bill is tight to its intent, I can see the rationale. When it goes broader than that, I have some significant questions. Now, one of the reasons that I am a Conservative is that I believe in freedom of speech, the right of people to express themselves freely. Indeed, we as a government are emphasising that in a number of other aspects of legislation that we're taking through. We have highlighted the importance of it today in questions to the Education Secretary about the importance of free speech in school and not having ideological perspectives. We're talking about it in universities as well. And as I thought with the Police and Crime Bill, the government is at risk of being in conflict with those freedom of speech priorities as we propose a bill that might focus on some of the restrictions on protest. And another point, which again comes up in this bill, as in the previous bill, is the risks that it puts on police officers being seen as political because of the decisions they made, given the very broad range and framework that's there, and the fact that it's very hard to explain to someone who is being noisy or disruptive why it is they that are being selected and not others. And it would be helpful in my conversations with this, I don't expect to address it today, to learn a bit more about that. And my final concern of principle, Madam Deputy Speaker, is something that I think all honourable members here will recognise. Because surely it is true that our politics have become far more divisive over the last decade. And whatever the reasons may be, maybe it's just a matter of political decisions, maybe it's a matter of social media, what's important when people feel very divided on politics is that you keep open to people as many of the avenues for them to express dissent, to express an opinion, to say where something is wrong, as we possibly can. And that's important, I think, context for the Minister and the Government to think as they think about the application of this bill. But let me turn to some points and provisions. When I talked about the bill being imprecise and about where it strayed from areas where it was strong in terms of focusing on using protests as a cover of criminal damage, unfortunately clauses 1 and 2 start out that level of imprecision. I do think they are far too openly worded. Everyone here seems to know what, is it attaching on? I can't remember exactly what the phrase is. Thank you. Locking on is. I have no clue, Madam Deputy Speaker, what locking on is. I don't know, and some colleagues have made the point about what does one have to attach oneself when I have no idea, and there's nothing in this bill to explain to me what locking on may be, and I think it would be helpful for the government to get some more provision. And it's more disappointing because when you then go to clauses 3, 4 and 5, the government is extremely precise about some of the measures that it wishes to see through in 3, 4 and 5. So precision is clearly not unavailable to the government, but it is a matter of choice where they have played it. A number of honourable members have spoken to Clause 7, if I have it right, Madam Deputy Speaker, which introduces stop and search. And some people have rightly made the point about the disproportionality of stop and search. This is something that has been an important issue for me in my time in Parliament. And my honourable friend, the right honourable member for the South Honourable Deepings, who's no longer in his place, raised the point about, yes, but what about the number of knives? What about the number of offences that have been caught? Well, first of all, that doesn't answer the question of disproportionality, which is the fundamental reason why many of us have concerns about the use of stop and search. And second of all, that issue is completely inappropriate when you apply stop and search to people going on a protest, because that isn't about other aspects of serious crime or serious drug dealing that we're talking about. This is about people expressing their points of view. And so I would say to the government very carefully, please, 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 if you're going to look at the extension of stop and search, I would think very carefully before putting that in this legislation. And Clause 7.7, very briefly I will.
It isn't just about the extension of stop and search. It's about many of the extensions in this bill. I was struck that if the noble Lord Hayne, then Peter Hayne, could be convicted of criminal conspiracy for leading direct action events in the 1970s, which he was in the anti-apartheid movement, why do we need this panoply of illiberal measures now when the law 40, 50 years ago was more than capable of dealing with many of the same issues?
Richard Fuller.
His broader panoply of point of view. My point is very specific about stop and search. I hate the fact that a black man, perhaps with his son, walking in the streets of London or in my constituency in Bedfordshire, is 14 times more likely to be stopped, and very often for no good reason, and then have to explain that to his son or daughter about why that has happened. And until we as a population start to get this balance about whether it's useful or not, and focus on what it means to the next generation, I feel that we'll be letting down our young people. And Madam Deputy, Clause 7, subparagraph 7, is chilling. A constable may, in the exercise of the powers conferred by subsection 6, stop any person and make any search the constable thinks fit, whether or not the constable has any grounds for suspecting that person is carrying a prohibited object on the way to a demonstration. Madam Deputy Speaker, we can do better than that. And what is serious disruption, as many honourable members have mentioned? It is a linchpin in this bill for many other aspects of what may happen as a result, but it is not defined in this bill. And I'd like to know from the Minister whether it is his intention, to come forward with some more precise language about what constitutes a serious disruption to enable us not to put that undue pressure on police officers to work it out for themselves in the heat of the moment as people are going on demonstrations. And I can't remember the Honourable Lady opposite who said, I think it might have been the Honourable, I can't remember who it was, who said, by the very dint that it is a large demonstration, it is very likely to cause serious disruption. If you have a protest of hundreds of thousands of people going through a city, that is likely to cause serious disruption. So if we're not going to define it, I do think, Minister, we're going to be in some risk of having some of these powers misapplied in the future.
Gentleman, give way on that point.
Very lastly, yes, thank you.
Surely such a large protest, such as we've seen about the Iraq War or about the hunting ban, would have already at earlier stages engaged with police in order to facilitate a proper, lawful, peaceful protest. What the government's trying to target here is those small, sporadic numbers of people going out and causing deliberate harm to specific areas of key infrastructure. Does he understand the difference between those two elements?
I do, and I thank my honourable friend for that point. And I think that was where I said this bill is at its best, is when it focuses in on those. I'm just saying to the Minister, we should have more precise definition in the bill. And my final point, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, is on Clause 14.4, which lists out the prohibitions that may be imposed on someone subject to a serious disruption prevention order. I want to tell the Minister what this reminds me of. Early in my time as Member of Parliament for Bedford, I had a constituent who was under a control order. Now, the control orders were brought in for people who our intelligence services said were terrorists or were at high risk of causing a major terrorist incident. When I look down some of the provisions in clause 14.4, they remind me very much of the provisions that constituent was under as a matter of control order. And I asked the Minister in closing, please look about whether that level of intervention on the activities of an individual who has merely gone about protesting in a way that, yes, may have caused disruption and, yes, may have been subject to provisions of this bill, truly is the level and intent, the level of imposition that we should see in a free society.
Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many of the rights we take for granted today, they were largely not born out of the spontaneous goodwill of some trailblazing politician. They came about because people stood together, they demanded change, and they made those with power listen. They protested. For example, I wouldn't be stood here today as an MP, and many of my constituents wouldn't even have the right to vote had it not been for the Peterloo protest, also known as the Peterloo Massacre, due to the horrific atrocities inflicted upon those protesting. And that protest movement called for reforms to parliamentary representation, which ultimately resulted in the Great Reform Act in 1832, which went some way to addressing the injustices in the political system. We've heard today that women would not have the right to vote had it not been for the suffragettes. They were hailed as heroines now, but back in their day, they were demonised and viewed as troublemaking anarchists. They were the very so-called lefties that the members on the opposite bench would have been talking about today. Equal pay legislation was largely born out of the actions of brave striking workers at Ford Dagenham and the large-scale protests that followed. And the establishment of national parks and ultimately the principle of the right to roam would not have happened without the Kinder Scout trespass. Now, the list is endless, but sadly it's clear that such era-changing moments in our history will be a fairy tale that we simply tell our children if this House allows the Public Order Bill as drafted to become law. As human rights organisation Big Brother Watch states about the bill, it is without doubt that it includes some of the most undemocratic anti-protest measures seen in the UK for decades. Law Reform and human rights organisation Justice considers that the bill would pose a significant threat to the UK's adherence to its domestic and international human rights obligations. And further to this, Amnesty's analysis is that many of the provisions which have re-emerged in this bill after being roundly rejected by the House of Lords in February would seriously curtail human rights in this country and damage the UK's international standing, potentially irreparably. Now, on the matter of protest banning orders, the vast range of peaceful and innocent conduct that the police would seemingly be able to criminalise is absolutely breathtaking. The bill says that these orders can apply to people without conviction if someone has carried out activities or contributed to the carrying out of activities by any other person related to a protest that resulted in or were likely to result in serious disruption amongst a range of other scenarios on 2 or more occasions. So let me explain that, Madam Deputy Speaker. If a law-abiding person attends 2 marches, for example, where hundreds of thousands are in attendance and some people completely unrelated to them cause a serious disruption, which is undefined, by the way, and could literally mean anything, does that mean that the law-abiding person can be subject to a protest banning order? The bill as drafted certainly seems to suggest this. Also, the offence of locking on is also veiled in ambiguity. As Justice say, it's so vague that it would appear to me capture a couple walking arm in arm down a busy street where they may be being reckless as to causing serious disruption to another couple walking the opposite way. Again, serious disruption is undefined and could mean literally anything. The widening of already extensive and let me make this point. The widening of already extensive stop and search powers also appear wholly disproportionate and hugely damaging to racialised communities. Indeed, Clause 7.2 is one troubling example. This allows for the police to search an individual where they have reasonable grounds for finding an article that is made or adapted for use in the course of or in connection with one of the relevant offences. Article is not defined, and it could be anything from a mobile phone simply used to agree meeting points with friends to a simple leaflet about the event. These are just 3 staggeringly pernicious examples from a frightening selection box of draconian and anti-democratic measures within this bill. I'll give way to the Honourable Minister.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady. I just thought, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd take the opportunity to deal with this serious disruption issue, not least because the Honourable Lady, I believe, is a lawyer by training, so she will know that the phrase serious disruption to the community has been in use in the law since 1986 and is therefore a well-defined term. My honourable friend raised it, a well-defined term in the courts, which of course is where the test would be applied under the legislation.
In the definitions.
Thank you. I welcome the contribution from the right honourable member, but as he will well know, case law differentiates and changes from time to time without adequate explanation in the text of a piece of legislation, and that's what causes significant ambiguity here. And there's no doubt in my mind that what would be deemed as a serious disruption will change over time and could ultimately result, given the other provisions within this bill, of an inference of serious disruption being of a lesser nature than is currently the case within present case law. Now, to be frank, these provisions have no place in a democratic country with a long, proud history of upholding the fundamental right to lawful and peaceful protest. There's been a lot of talk today, Madam Deputy Speaker, about cutting crime. Now, if that were the case, I think we'd all welcome the bill, but as the government well knows, the first step to cutting crime would be to properly fund our police services that have suffered over 12 years of dramatic cuts to their funding and resources. This bill will not cut crime, and indeed the HM Inspectorate Constabulary and Fire Rescue Services said in relation to protest banning orders, for example, that they would neither be compatible with human rights legislation nor create an effective deterrent. There's also been an illusion created today that there are seemingly new offences being created to deal with some of the issues that have been referred to today. And I just want to set the record straight on that. We talked earlier about the terrible nature of emergency vehicles being stopped, and that should certainly not be the case. But there's already legislation for that. The Emergency Workers Obstruction Act 2006 makes it a criminal offence to obstruct an emergency vehicle. Similarly, with criminal damage, there's a Criminal Damages Act which gives a fine or a prison service of up to 10 years for causing an act of criminal damage. And then finally, in relation to highway obstruction, again, a criminal offence. So to suggest that this public order bill is in some way a panacea to many of the actions that many people within our communities would deem irresponsible, unlawful and incorrect is simply way off the mark. Now, as such, I hope that colleagues across this House will recognise the chilling effect that this bill will have on our democracy before it's too late and vote this bill down at second reading.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an absolute pleasure to follow up my honourable friend from Salford and Eccles. This public order bill is the latest in a line of bills that this government has decided to introduce, which can only be described as some of the most reactionary and authoritarian legislation in living memory. Instead of bringing forward measures to support people following a global pandemic which has ripped through our communities, and now, as many are being left in the dreadful situation of having to choose between heating their home or eating, and 40% of households expected to be in fuel poverty, ministers are using parliamentary time to criminalise our basic right as citizens to protest peacefully and even noisily and irritatingly. The bill follows a raft of recent laws passed at the very end of the last session, designed to stifle our liberties. We had the Elections Act, containing measures cynically designed to prevent people from voting, the Nationality and Borders Act, which has given the Home Secretary powers to strip dual citizens of their British citizenship without notice, and in contravention of the UK's international obligations, criminalises many of those seeking asylum, who now risk being shipped off to Rwanda thanks to the Home Secretary's cruel and inhumane scheme, and the Police, Crime, Sentencing and Courts Act, banning noisy protests and criminalising Gypsy, Roma and traveller communities. Thanks to the work of those in the other place, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government's attempt to pass provisions which, if implemented, would leave the UK in breach of international human rights law was scuppered. So it's therefore very concerning that the government has immediately opted to introduce them again in this session through this public order bill. The headline measure, banning people from locking on or attaching themselves to other persons or objects or other persons, is a dangerous assault on non-violent protest. To begin with, as has been pointed out, the bill doesn't even properly define attach, so it's unclear what it means. Could linking arms with other protesters account, or could using balloons that need to be tethered to the ground fall under these provisions? On top of that, the bill doesn't define what would constitute a reasonable excuse. Would exercising the fundamental right to protest count? Or perhaps this example that I'd like to bring to the attention of the Home Secretary. An early day motion from 13 years ago, which had as one of its main sponsors the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead, begins by stating that this House commemorates the 100th anniversary on the 27th of April 2009 of the day that Marjorie Humes, Theresa Garnett, Sylvia Russell and Bertha Quinn, suffragettes from the Women's Social and Political Union, chained themselves to statues in St Stephen's Hall to protest for the right of women to vote, and pays tribute to those and all other heroic women who fought for the rights of women during a time when society and Parliament thought them undeserving of equal rights. How can the Home Secretary countenance enacting legislation that would undoubtedly make protests such as this, which took place just a stone's throw away from this chamber, carry a maximum penalty of 6 months in prison, an unlimited fine, or both? What's more, Madam Deputy Speaker, this legislation would make it an offence to be merely in possession of equipment to lock on. That means someone wouldn't actually have to lock on to commit a crime. Just being equipped to lock on would be an offence punishable with an unlimited fine. The right to protest was fought for by generations. When Parliament is not acting in the interests of the people whom it purports to represent, then the right to protest is paramount for keeping this place in check. If it wasn't for the case for those suffragettes, any rights that women rightly secured would have been much delayed. And that may have delayed the onset and the advent and progress made so that the Home Secretary or the former Prime Minister could be in this place. And I can't help but see the terrible irony of a Home Secretary bringing forward legislation that would have criminalised the very means by which courageous suffragettes won women the right to take part in this political sphere. It was right for the suffragettes to take this action, as our former Prime Minister advocated. Then why not for other protesters holding this place to account? I'll take a very brief intervention.
Very brief giveaway. Thank you very much indeed. The 2007 Act actually turns this place into a place of criminal trespass, passed under the last Labour government. So that couldn't now take place. The actions he's exactly talking about, because of an Act passed in the last Labour government, anyway, it's already a criminal offence. So there's the suggestion that this legislation does something different to that and then criminalises something here which isn't already now illegal, which was illegal and passed by the last Labour government, doesn't hold water, does it?
I'm grateful for that, but I think that underestimates the significance of that process. It fundamentally changed our constitution and it was deemed to be illegal at the time. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, what is so different? On the one hand, the suffragettes, and on the other, protesters like the esteemed international climate lawyer Farhana Yamin, sticking her hands to the pavement outside the London headquarters of Shell to highlight the fact that the Paris Agreement, which she herself helped to negotiate in 2015, was not delivering, or the Palestine solidarity activists locking on to one another outside the London headquarters of Elbit Systems, Israel's largest arms manufacturer, whose subsidiary IMI Systems may well be responsible for supplying the bullet that was used to murder Shireen Abu Akleh. Just like the government of the day in 1909, which withheld the right to vote from women, this government's failure to tackle climate change crisis with enough urgency is an outrage which demands outcry. Much has been said of Insulate Britain and the objections to certain of their tactics. I think members opposite should contemplate why it was necessary for people to take such measures when we see our planet dying. And if you want to shut up Insulate Britain, there's something very simple that you could do on the benches opposite, and that's insulate Britain and get on with it. And in a healthy democracy, these uproars of objection would not be criminalised, but rather taken on board by a government serving in the interests of the people. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the attempt to pass this bill is a very dark day for democracy, and it's incumbent upon us all to oppose it in its entirety, and I would encourage everyone who can possibly do so to attend the TUC rally in this city, which is cited so aptly as "We Demand Better." Thank you.
Dr. Rupert Huck.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Here we go again, illiberal legislation on public order and regulating protests, boomeranging back in here after the other place flung it out of the Lords last time. And I don't deny that there can be value in appropriate sentences and tighter enforcement in the face of serious disorder. I mean, pitch invasions are increasingly common and unwelcome nowadays. But, you know, we've got to be proportionate about these things. I agree that in 2019, when we saw Extinction Rebellion on top of tube trains, it did seem a bit bizarre when that's one of the most green forms of transport. They probably didn't make any new fans there. Ditto when the A40 in Acton was blocked. But we all of us prize living in a liberal democracy. And if curbs are done disproportionately, curtailing everyday freedoms primarily in order to win favour with the red tops and play to their party base, play to the gallery, if that's what the exercise is all about, then we do have a problem. And these things are always a balance. But we have to tread carefully when it comes to limiting protests. Not that long ago, the government was going softly on stop and search, and we even saw police sort of dancing with protesters, didn't we? But this bill goes for the eye-catching and draconian, like creating the offence of locking on, where you're potentially subject to 51 weeks in prison and an unlimited fine for intentionally attaching yourself or someone else or an object to another person, object or land capable of causing serious disruption. So vague that it could apply to people linking arms. And not to mention, it's already been said, that the most famous lockers-on in history were, of course, the suffragettes, just outside here, isn't it? Yeah. Viscount Falkland, his foot spur is missing because in 1909 people locked onto it. It's part of our history now. It was never to be replaced. So we have to be aware of being heavy-handed and being led by moral panic on these things. The European Court of Human Rights has held that freedom to take part in peaceful assembly is of such importance it cannot be restricted in any way as long as the person concerned doesn't commit any reprehensible act. And concerningly, there's such widespread discretion in here that, you know, the police have got carte blanche, really. These laws are not dissimilar to what they have in Russia and Belarus. And if we think about recent protests, the memorable ones of recent years, yes, there's been Extinction Rebellion. There's also been the school strikes, and I don't condone bunking off school, but, you know, Greta Thunberg and her lot, the UK equivalent, they did sort of put the lie to youth as being apolitical and apathetic. And we've had Black Lives Matter, we've had what happened to Colston. But the one I would argue should have been a sea change is the heavy-handed policing of the vigil for Sarah Everard. And, you know, with all these things, in the immediate aftermath, I mean, it was a shocking incident, and the policing was even more disgusting as well. We have a little bit of hand-wringing and concern, but the contents of this bill are a huge, huge disappointment. And unlike, you know, your average road, there's a minimal risk of disruption that it's going to be blocked if you get in your car. Women every day in this country find, when they're going about their lawful business, that their route is blocked on a daily basis. And what I'm talking about is specifically, if you're a woman seeking an entirely legal abortion in this country, could be for any manner of reasons, and it's probably one of the most stressful and distressing moments of your life. There's a 1 in 4 chance, this is on the Home Office's own figures, that the clinic you attend is subject to protests or vigils from anti-abortion protesters. And I've raised this with a number of different Home Office ministers. I had a 10-minute rule bill in 2020 with massive support, cross-party support, 7 different parties. So I know the will of the House is there. Even the Home Secretary, in an oral question to me in February, was positively glowing. I know she sees a lot of merit in this. But we have a bill to curb protests, and on this one, absolutely nothing. And we know that there's at least 4 new clinics since that 2020 bill. That's 100,000 women a year if you add it all up, and yet the government says that there isn't enough impact to warrant intervention, when we know that there's psychological distress and damage done to these women, and that precious police time is eaten up. You ask the police in Ealing, and I mention Ealing because in my borough we're lucky. We have a pioneering council who put through a public spaces protection order to ban what was over 20 years of harassment at the Mary Stopes Clinic. The street there is now transformed, so no more gruesome fetus dolls, no more sort of women being told that they're going to hell for what's a completely legal medical procedure. So, you know, we're lucky in Ealing, but it shouldn't be about luck. And it was an act of last resort by our council, but only 3 other local authorities have followed since. Richmond and Manchester have joined them. So, you know, it's a fundamental part of the rule of law that you get equal protection to the law wherever you are. Why is it only in those 3 places you're covered? And BBC Newsnight had a feature on this last week. They've got a huge file of evidence in Bournemouth at the clinic there, but the council doesn't want to act or shows no signs of acting, because it's an enormously onerous thing for councils who do want to push through this legislation, the burden of proof, the officer time. So just with everything else on local authorities' plates, it's not really a priority for most of them. And we're in a bizarre situation because pending the outcome of a Supreme Court challenge, we could soon be in a remarkable position where women seeking abortion in Northern Ireland have greater universal protections from harassment than they do in England and Wales. Yet at the same time, this bill criminalises a huge range of peaceful, non-disruptive behaviour, going far and beyond what most people would ever deem necessary, with supplementing powers that are already there. So, advance warning from me. I will be seeking to amend this bill to protect women from this most distressing and unpleasant form of protest. And in Canada, Australia, several states of the US, they already have this legislation. It's not a crazy idea. We need a national approach. And people will still be able to protest. People can still protest if they don't like abortion laws in this country, but the appropriate place to do that would be here, not to defenceless women in their hour of need. Every woman should have the same protection that people in Ealing do. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, give or take a little bit of tinkering with wordings and clauses, this public order bill is essentially a regurg. How many? No, because people are trying to get in. He's just eaten up everyone's time. My friends won't get in because of you, because of the so-called honourable gentleman. I realise you were the chair, Madam Chair, Madam Deputy Speaker. So, yes, this is just a regurg, isn't it, of their failed Police Crime Courts and Sentencing Act 2022. It replicates all the underlying principles and measures which their lordships previously debated and comprehensively rejected. So there's no imagination in any of this to deal with real problems, and for that reason, me and all my honourable friends on this side will be voting against this bill tonight.
Alex Cunningham.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and this is the first bill of the Queen's speech, and it's stark proof that this government are out of steam and out of ideas. And it's a sad day for democracy, best illustrated by some of the contributions we've had from the opposite benches. Instead of the ambitious reforms our country needs and deserves at a time when the cost of living is spiralling out of control for so many of our constituents, the government has served up these reheated proposals which contribute little, if anything, to the law. We don't have a problem with protests on Teesside, but we do have a huge problem with the massive increase in violent crime, the massive increase in anti-social behaviour. We also have a big problem with health inequalities and the fact that unemployment in our area remains over 30% higher than the national average. But dissatisfied by her attacks on our historic right to peacefully protest in the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Act, which has yet to come into force, the Home Secretary is trying to have a second bite of the cherry. But if she thinks it's so important to restrict protests, then why hasn't she brought forward any of the statutory instruments that implement the measures in the Act before bringing forward yet another bill this year? And the member for North East Bedfordshire also questioned that. It's also just more evidence that she's more interested in headlines than real practical policies. We on these benches believe that vital infrastructure and services on which we all rely must be protected from serious disruption, and that protests must not put others at risk. But the police and courts already have powers to deal with such dangerous and disruptive protests, including the use of injunctions and existing criminal offences such as the obstruction of a highway and criminal damage, amongst others. And it's worth noting that these existing powers have already been used to arrest and prosecute cases of obstructing infrastructure and locking on during the Insulate Britain blockade of the M25 and the Just Stop Oil blockade of Kingsbury Refinery. This bill's assortment of new offences will do nothing to actually safeguard vital national infrastructure and ensure it is protected from serious disruption. And we know that the most effective measures for preventing this disruption already exist, and that's with injunctions. We do, however, recognise that there can be a real problem with delays in seeking injunctions and a lack of preparation, planning and coordination between different private and public authorities. So why isn't the Home Secretary focusing on this issue and including provisions for cooperation between police, public and private authorities to improve resilience and prevent serious disruption? That's what we would do. We've already heard the Home Secretary blow and bluster at the dispatch box after the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Act was passed, deploying all manner of dodgy statements about this side's approach to law and order. She could have had our full cooperation with that bill. There were some very good proposals in it, but she chose to play silly political games by introducing other measures which served to shackle our people and diminish their rights. She knew all too well the game she was playing, but so did the public, who recognised the Tory government, rather than getting on and fixing crime, preferred to muck about with the rights to protest. This new bill introduces powers that are far too widely drawn and could criminalise protesters and even passers-by. All of us who work in here will have seen many enthusiastic protests outside in Parliament Square. It's what we expect from working in this, the seat of democracy. Many of us, more likely on this side, have enjoyed many a protest. My favourite goes back 50 years when students were demanding a better deal from Ted Heath's government. It was very noisy, but very successful. The morning chant was simple: Heath out, Heath out. No one was more surprised than me when the chant changed later on to Heath's out, Heath's out, because that was the day he called the general election. If Parliament Square were designated as an area for suspicionless stop and search, which the bill introduces, then could members of Parliament and our staff coming to work on the estate be stopped and searched by police? It seems far-fetched, but that may be a logical conclusion of the measures in the bill. I would be grateful if the Minister could share his thoughts on his staff being potentially caught by these measures as they head into the office. As Justices have said, this bill will criminalise a breathtakingly wide range of peaceful behaviour. As well as rapid injunctions to protect infrastructure against serious disruption, we would also create a fast-track buffer zone outside schools and vaccine clinics to protect children and those accessing medical care from dangerous anti-vaxxers. What we have proposed and opposed, and what we will continue to oppose, is the criminalisation of peaceful protesters and passers-by. The Home Secretary has said this bill is necessary to prevent mob rule. But would she call those protesting against the Russian invasion of Ukraine a mob? Is that the term she would use to describe the thousands of women who have gathered together for vigils to demand action on violence against women and girls? Because it's gatherings like that that her bill will impact, not just potential dangerous and disruptive ones. Why introduce a new lock of locking on when it's effectively covered by existing offences such as criminal damage, public nuisance and obstructing a road? Why introduce SDPOs when the Home Office's own response was initially to reject them on the grounds that they would stop individuals from exercising their right to protest? It's time for the Home Secretary to stop playing petty political games and for the government to stop wasting legislative time with the Home Secretary's hunt for headlines and to bring forward legislation that will actually address the many issues that our constituents are facing.
Marcia de Cordova.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I say what a pleasure it is to follow my honourable friend, the member for Stockton North. And indeed, it is also a pleasure to be speaking in this debate on the second reading of the Public Order Act. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the provisions in this bill pose a significant risk to the UK's adherence to its domestic and international human rights obligations, and this bill is unlikely to probably be compliant with the European Convention on Human Rights. And I say in particular to Article 10, the freedom of expression, and 11, the freedom of assembly and association. Equivalent measures to the protest banning orders were previously roundly rejected by the police and Her Majesty's Inspectorate of the Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services on the basis that such measures would neither be compatible with human rights legislation nor create an effective deterrent. Now, many organisations, including the organisation Justice, has said that this bill would serve to give the police carte blanche to target protesters. Similar laws can be found in Russia and Belarus. And I ask, is this the country we have become? This is why I am supporting the amendment in the name of my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition. It is disturbing that this government has put forward this legislation as its first piece of legislation in the Queen's speech, and when it is the ink is not even dry on its Police, Crimes and Sentencing and Courts Act. We haven't even been able to assess the impact on people and its communities. In the time of a cost of living emergency, it beggars belief that the government has put forward this piece of legislation at this time, when really the government should be focusing on tackling the crisis that so many of our constituents are facing. Moreover, the bill contains more egregious provisions from the original amendments the government tabled in the other place, which were flatly and rightly rejected. I want to focus my speech today on the equality impacts of this bill, especially in relation to protests. Now, before entering this House, I spent most of my life an advocate and campaigner, and I know from my first-hand experience the power that protests can have. My freedoms today are directly linked to the organising and the protests that happened on our streets. The suffragettes who chained themselves to Parliament to secure votes for women, to disabled people locking their wheelchairs to traffic lights to fight the discriminatory cuts to social security, and to the Black Lives Matter protests. Protesting is one of the most effective ways that people from those underserved and underrepresented groups can organise and deliver change for our communities. People often do not have access to the seats of power. They face significant barriers to the democratic and civil participation. Clamping down on protests will not only impact the types of issues that our communities will be able to voice their concerns about, but it will also shut down those key avenues of mobilising the public to support and preserve our rights. Now, I want to urge the government benches, in particular the policing minister, to watch When Barbara Met Allen, which highlights the fight for civil rights for disabled people and the role that those protests played in securing, though very imperfect, the Disability Discrimination Act of 2005, But for those protests and but for those disabled people protesting and sacrificing, many of those rights that we are still fighting to maintain today would not have happened. The bill will be criminalising protest tactics that will drag people into the criminal justice system, and we know it will be people from our communities who will suffer the most. Our communities are already over-policed and targeted by these authorities. And I'm especially worried about the provision on protest-specific stop and search powers. These powers will form a structural oppression and have done so, and they will continue to hurt and harm our Black, Asian and ethnic minority communities. And the expansion of the stop and search powers will only entrench racial disproportionality in the criminal justice system and further erode trust in these public institutions. Madam Deputy Speaker, now just last week, the Home Secretary announced that she is lifting restrictions placed on police stop and search powers in areas where police anticipate violent crimes through easing conditions on their use of the Section 60 orders under the Criminal Justice and Public Order Act. Now, the bill will also amend Section 1 of PACE to expand the types of offences that allow a police officer to stop and search a person or a vehicle. Now, it will also extend suspicion-less stop and search powers to in the protest context, such that police officers will be able to stop and search a person or a vehicle without suspicion if they reasonably believe that certain protest-related offences will be committed in that area. Now, despite ongoing revelations regarding the misuse and racist application of such powers, the government has nonetheless decided to roll out its stop and search powers further. And so I do hope, when the Minister is summing up, that he will address the issue of disproportionality, because I'm sorry, but that equality impact assessment is flawed. It really does not address the disproportionate impact it will have on our Black and ethnic minority communities, in particular Black men. Now, overwhelming evidence, including the Home Office's own data and Human Rights and Civil Liberty Organisation, details the disproportionality in the inherent use of police stop and search practices. And in the year to March 2021, we knew that Black people were 7 times more likely to be stopped and searched than white people, while Asian people were 2.5 times more likely to also be stopped and searched, and that is from the IOPC's report. Now, we also know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that stop and search powers are ineffective, as according to the Home Affairs Select Committee, more than 80% of the 21,950 stop and searches between March and May 2020 resulted in no further action. Now, this is very counterproductive. Now, decisions to ease Section 60 and the new powers in the bill do not consider the trauma this type of structural oppression has on our Black and ethnic minority communities, in particular our young Black boys. Now, this bill will also create the specific offence for intentional obstruction during the course of a suspicion-less protest-specific stop and search. Now, we know, Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the consequences of this offence is that this might be used to target legal observers. Now, legal observers or community-led protest marshals do play a vital role in protecting the rights of these groups through keeping them safe and explaining many complicated and technical laws, but they are there in an observatory and advisory capacity. Now, without this crucial function, many groups, including disabled people and people from our ethnic minority backgrounds in particular, will be impacted. Madam Deputy Speaker, we do not need this bill. It will not solve the problems it seeks to address. All it will do is increase criminalisation of people from our underrepresented and our underserved communities. Now, the government is not interested in protecting people or serving the people that it needs most. It just wants to protect itself and hold on to its power through playing with people's lives and manipulating the public to deflect from its own failures. Now, the government is doing this at the expense of people. If it cared, it would have brought forward the Victims' Bill and ensured justice for the 1.3 million victims who gave up on the justice system last year. Now, I will be standing up for the people, and along with my colleagues on this side of the House, I will be voting against this government's public order bill.
Beth Winter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The public bill before us today is a piece of draconian legislation undermining our democracy, and it is the sort of bill which I would expect from an extreme and authoritarian administration, anticipating opposition and perhaps even living in fear of its continued existence. And as members across the House today have said, these provisions are not necessary. Existing laws are sufficient. These provisions, if implemented, would leave the UK in breach of international human rights law. The provisions will clearly restrict fundamental human rights and severely compromise the UK's ability to promote open societies and our ability to promote respect for human rights internationally. Madam Deputy Speaker, the measures in the bill have been condemned across the House today, and rightly so. The obstruction of key national infrastructure was something, as others have said, no, I won't give away because of time. No, I won't because of time. Was something the Prime Minister proposed doing at Heathrow a few years ago when he threatened to lie down in front of bulldozers. But that, of course, was before he became Prime Minister. I wonder what his actions would be now. And the offence of locking on, or being equipped for locking on, is in any case far too broadly drafted, is far too wide-ranging, but I would argue that's purposefully so to restrict individuals' willingness to protest. The measures must be thrown out. The stop and search without suspicion measures are an overextension of police powers, and given our knowledge of the racial bias in the application of stop and search, I would argue these measures are a government green light to create further racial tensions in relation to policing, and those measures must be thrown out. And the serious disruption prevention orders risk depriving people of fundamental human rights of assembly and movement. As some commentators and others in the House today have said, they're like protest powers in places like Russia or Belarus, but are even more extreme. They too must be thrown out. And I just want to take a moment to really take issue with some of the comments and approaches from members opposite. The benches are empty now, unfortunately, although I think that says a lot about their position on this. I feel the comments have been very selective, subjective, and a lot of the language that has been used has been extremely offensive. These measures contained within this bill are actually extremely broad and far-reaching. And as an example, I'd like to refer to the protest banning orders, which are extremely broad in their scope and allow the police to give restrictions on processions and assemblies beyond those cited in recent debates. And these could include religious festivals and activities, community gatherings, football matches, vigils, remembrance ceremonies and trade union disputes and pickets. Absolutely terrifying proposals. Mrs Deputy Speaker, these powers will also be extended to Wales. But have the Welsh Government been consulted on this legislation? I doubt it, given past experience, and that is the way this government normally acts in relation to our devolved, democratically elected governments, changing the laws affecting Wales, but not asking Wales its views. Welsh Government was clearly opposed to the police crime and sentencing bill measures on protest, and I believe they will make clear their opposition to this bill. Furthermore, there is concrete evidence that the Welsh Police are not supportive or likely to make use of such powers, given what was said by 4 constables at a recent session of the Welsh Affairs Committee earlier. No, I won't give it away. And I believe Welsh MPs will reject this bill tonight. Madam Deputy Speaker, I wrap up with one final point.
The legislation by members opposite have been presented as a necessary measure to deal with climate protesters. We are facing a climate catastrophe. The government should be addressing the root causes of that catastrophe now. And the overwhelming majority of climate protesters, and I include myself, my parents and my children, we've been on many a protest throughout our lives, locking arms, so we'd probably be criminalised, and called a eco-hooligan, as a member opposite described protesters earlier, which is shameful. The overwhelming majority of protesters are there using their democratically held rights, which we fought over for many, many years. And as I said at the outset, no, I will not give way. And as I said at the outset, there are sufficient laws already in existence to deal with protests. But I also believe there's another reason. I believe the current cost of living crisis will drive such poverty and such polarisation that the government is concerned that its economic policies mean public protest is increasingly likely. Yep. Rip-off energy bills, like the poll tax, pushing people into poverty and debt, will lead to more protests on our street. Is the Prime Minister readying himself for his Thatcher moment, confronting those on low income in Trafalgar Square? Yeah. How proportional will this be? Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope we do not see such violence from this government, but I fear that that is what this bill is about. Now, hundreds of civil organisations, legal academics, cross-party parliamentarians, UN special rapporteurs condemned the PCS Act, and they will do the same with this. I urge members to listen to them and to us and do the right thing today. Vote against this absolutely rotten bill at second reading. Throw it out. Thank you.
Zara Sultana.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When this Tory government was elected in December 2019, pundits asked about its agenda. They wondered what would be its central driving force. Of course, the government had its line. It spoke about being a people's government. It spoke about levelling up. Today, that shallow facade has been totally discredited, with the government overseeing the biggest fall in living standards since records began, hitting the poorest hardest by policies like the scrapping of the universal credit uplift and the real terms cut to pensions and social security. And this bill yet again demonstrates what this government is really about. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, there has been a clear thread running through this government's legislation, because it's not about levelling up or building back better or whatever empty slogan they're using today. It's a growing and unmistakable authoritarianism, and that's clearly seen in the bill that we're debating today. The benches opposite might complain, but look at what they're doing. From the Overseas Operations Act and its attempt to effectively decriminalise torture, to the Spy Cops Act and giving state agents the licence to torture and commit violence, sexual violence. We also see it in the Elections Act and its attack on the independence of the Electoral Commission and attempt to rig elections with millions of disproportionately poor and marginalised people at risk of losing their vote. We then see it in the Judicial Review and Courts Act, which human rights lawyers describe as an alarming attack on our basic rights and which abolishes vital safeguards for our freedoms. Then the Nationality and Borders Act, breaking Britain's 71-year commitment to the Refugee Convention and deporting victims of war and torture to Rwanda. And then we have the Northern Ireland. No, many people have told you, so please just stay sitting down. We then see it in the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill, set for a second reading in this House tomorrow, which has been described by one human rights organisation as an exercise in denying justice. Stop heckling me and just listen. How about that? Thank you very much.
Order. The Honourable Lady needs to resume her seat. It is important that we don't address each other directly in that way, but I do think the Honourable Lady has said she's not going to take an intervention at this stage. Zara Sultana.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we see it in the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill, set for a second reading in this House tomorrow, which has been described by one human rights organisation as an exercise in denying justice. And of course, also in the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Act and today's bill. The first bans noisy protests and risks criminalising Gypsy, Roma and traveller communities out of existence. and the second, which the government is trying to push through before the Police Act is even put into effect, repackaging measures that have already been rejected by members in the other place. This public order bill introduces so-called serious disruption prevention orders, which can be used to ban individuals from protesting and can be even applied to those who have never ever committed a crime. It amounts, as the human rights group Liberty states, and I quote, to a staggering escalation of the government's clampdown on dissent. It massively extends police powers to undertake stop and search our protests, including, as many members have mentioned, without suspicion of any wrongdoing. Something police officers themselves seem quite alarmed about, with one officer saying, and I quote, "A little inconvenience is more acceptable than a police state." Just as we know, black people are already 14 times more likely to be stopped and searched without reasonable grounds, we can be sure that this new power will be disproportionately used against black and other ethnic minority citizens, including with the predictable effect of deterring people from raising their voice against injustice. And we know that it doesn't stop there. The bill's vague and ambiguous language means that anyone walking around with a bike lock, a roll of tape, or any number of everyday objects could be found guilty of the new offence of an intention to lock on and face an unlimited fine. These are just some of the measures included in this bill, which are clearly aimed at climate campaigners. And no one will be happier than the fossil fuel industry and the companies that fund the party opposite. They're attacking our freedoms to criminalise those who stand up for a livable planet for us all. Madam Deputy Speaker, members opposite like to talk about freedom and liberty. They make out like they're the champions of democracy and human rights. But Madam Deputy Speaker, a government committed to freedom doesn't try to let its soldiers commit torture. It doesn't let state agents commit sexual violence. It doesn't deliberately make it harder for citizens to vote. It doesn't deport refugees to detention camps 4,000 miles away. It doesn't try to privatise a broadcaster just because of its rigorous coverage. And a government committed to freedom certainly doesn't crack down on protest and dissent. But Madam Deputy Speaker, that's exactly what this government is trying to do. And we have a name for a government that does those kinds of things. It's called an authoritarian government, and that's what this Tory government is, and we all have a duty to oppose it.
Mick Whitling.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It says everything that you need to know about this government's priorities, that its first bill since the Queen's speech doesn't seek to address an out-of-control cost of living crisis, nor to ensure that justice is done for the 1.3 million victims of crime who were forced out of the criminal justice system last year, or indeed to deliver on any of the people's priorities. Instead, the members opposite, who have so often styled themselves as champions of individual liberty, have lined up today to defend this latest assault on our basic rights to peaceful protest and public assembly. The Home Secretary has resurrected and repackaged some of the most draconian provisions of the policing bill that were rightly thrown out by our colleagues in the other place early this year and return them to this House. But the issues remain the same. The bill is unworkable, disproportionate and deeply illiberal. And while I know that the Home Secretary wants to silence the voices of protesters outside this House, we must ensure that they are heard loud and clear today. We must kill this bill. But this isn't just about one single piece of legislation. It's about the direction of this government as a whole and the creeping authoritarianism which increasingly characterise its every step. Because after years of being told that we had to free ourselves from the supposed despotism of the European Union, we now find ourselves subject to the whims of an administration far more oppressive and contemptuous of dissent they ever found in Brussels. From the policing bill to the nationality and borders bill, to the proposals put before us today, we have month after month seen ministers come to this House armed with legislation that seems more suited to Viktor Orban's Hungary than a robust liberal democracy. The right to protest, the right to boycott, even now the right to strike, all seems set for the Tory chopping block. And we're forced to contemplate with horror a future where the rights and freedoms for which earlier generations fought and died and have been trampled underfoot, we must not allow that to happen. And so I plead with my colleagues on the other side of the House, not many of them here by the way, and especially with those members who bemoaned mask madness as a symptom of government tyranny, but who on this issue of actual importance remains conveniently silenced, to join me in the no lobbies later today. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to speak out about those environmental campaigners whose actions have repeatedly been invoked as justification for these draconian measures. I have no intention of justifying their tactics or some of their campaigns, which have caused significant disruption and even misery to working class communities. But I find it interesting that a handful of activists blockading an holy family can set the wheels of government spinning so quickly, while the prospect of us imminently breaching 1.5 degrees global warming at best musters empty rhetoric and unrealisable targets from the government benches. And as the Northern Hemisphere approaches a summer that's likely to be characterised by record-breaking heatwaves and power outages, I wonder how history will judge a government that prioritises criminal climate processes over tackling the unfolding climate catastrophe. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Shadow Minister Sarah Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to follow all of the contributions from honourable members tonight. Madam Deputy Speaker, as you know, and as many friends on this side of the House have said, we were disappointed with this Queen's speech. It was a missed opportunity to tackle the cost of living crisis, to tackle climate change, and to attack the very real problems facing the country on crime. The long-awaited Victims Bill has yet to make its way to this chamber, and if the government was serious about governing in the interests of the people, perhaps that bill might have been top of its agenda. Nothing in the Queen's speech to turn around the collapse in prosecutions or the rise in crime, nothing to tackle violence against women and girls, and nothing to prevent neighbourhood crime. This is a government, Madam Deputy Speaker, with no guiding principle, searching for anything to show a sense of purpose where there is none. What is this government for? What good have the last 12 years brought us? That is a question for another time, but the hodgepodge of bills in this Queen's speech tell their own story. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Public Order Bill largely rehashes what we saw in the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Act, which, as the member for Coventry and other members have said, was rejected by the other place. And it comes before the protest clauses of the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Act have actually come into effect, which itself seems slightly peculiar. Perhaps introducing the statutory instruments to put those into law first would have made more sense, but I'm not sure sense is a guiding principle of this government. Madam Deputy Speaker, the problem that this bill is seeking to solve is to ensure that vital public infrastructure is not seriously disrupted to the detriment of the community and our national life, whilst ensuring that the right of freedom to speech and public protest are protected. It is our view, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the bill manages to deliver neither of those things. A starting point has to be what are the basics that the police need to equip them with the tools they need to manage protests in the minority of cases that lead to lawlessness or indeed violence. Well, I'll give you the basic pillars. I have heckling, Madam Deputy Speaker. Keep going. I will keep going for a minute. Perhaps he'll listen to my pillars and then see if he wants to come back. First, we need the police numbers to be able to deal with protests. The policy of the party opposite to cut more than 20,000 officers, thousands more PCSOs and thousands of police staff did precisely the opposite. Specifically, there are not enough protester removal teams across the country, as highlighted by the Inspectorate in their report on policing protests. Why not do something about that? Second, and this was highlighted in the Inspector's report, the police across the board need effective training on law and on policing protests so they can use existing legislative processes they already have. The Inspectorate said, and I quote, that non-specialist officers receive limited training on protest policing. Over the 7 years, Madam Deputy Speaker, up to 2017-18, according to the Police Foundation, 33 forces reduced their budgeting spending on training in real terms by a greater percentage than their overall reduction in spending. 40% of police officers say they haven't received necessary training to do their job. Well, why not do something about that? Third, we need to give the specialist teams the tools they need to be effective at prevention and de-escalation. I recently visited the brilliant Mounted Police branch in the Met. The Mounted Police are an important part of policing protests and other events like football matches, but they too have been cut across the country, not just the Met. Why not do something about that? And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, when the police do press charges, they want to be sure that those charges will be followed through. There is no deterrent in a system that never sees cases go to court. But we are told by the police, Madam Deputy Speaker, and by the Inspectorate that the CPS often have to drop cases because of huge court delays. Why not do something about that? Madam Deputy Speaker, this government has taken away the tools that police need to manage protest. How can they claim to take this issue seriously? I will give way.
Thank you. I've been listening to the honourable member carefully, and she's making an interesting speech. But would you agree with some of her own backbenchers, the member for Coventry South, who said that the Police Crime Courts and Sentencing Bill marginalises Roma and traveller communities out of existence, and that this bill, the honourable member for Sion Valley, that this bill is a threat to religious gatherings? Does she agree with those 2 points?
No, the honourable gentleman is talking about the Police Crime Sentencing Courts Act, which we on this side of the House opposed, in part because of its punitive measures against the traveller community. Absolutely, yes. Madam Deputy Speaker, we think this bill does not strike the right balance on protest, and it is not the most effective way to stop significant disruption of our national infrastructure. The right to protest is a fundamental right, a hard-won democratic freedom that we are deeply proud of, and we will always defend the right to speak, to protest and to gather. But there is a careful balance between those rights of protest and the rights of others to go about their daily lives, and much of the debate today talked about that balance. If he will give me one moment. We heard from the member for Cities of London and Westminster about the disruption caused in her constituency. We heard from the member of Ashfield about attending the miners' strike. We heard from the honourable member, my friend, the honourable member for Hayes and Harlington, about the expansion of Heathrow and the desperate plight of people in his constituency. We heard from the member from North East Bedfordshire about how we make sure protest isn't used as a cover for criminal activity. We heard from my friend, the member for Battersea, about the importance of protests in the advent of rights for people with disabilities. This is a genuine debate and a right one to have. And we know that the Prime Minister values the right to protest. He said he would lie in front of the bulldozers to stop a third runway at Heathrow Airport. But some protests do tip the balance in the wrong direction. Protest is not an unqualified right. Campaigners who block people from reaching relatives in hospital, marches that close down entire towns, oil protests that stop people from making crucial travel. There is a valid concern, which is why we have tabled a reasoned amendment to this bill. Our approach, rather than seek to restrict people's rights beyond the point of reasonableness, is to establish a swifter process for seeking an injunction to prevent disruption to vital national infrastructure, a more effective prevention tool, which also, as my friend, the Right Honourable Member for Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford said earlier, has the advantage of giving judicial oversight which will safeguard rights. If protesters are causing a huge amount of disruption to the supply of essential goods and services like oil or medical supplies, an injunction is more likely to prevent further disruption than more offences to criminalise the conduct after the event. Injunctions are more straightforward for the police, they have more safeguards as they are court-granted, and they are future-proof for when protesters change tactics. We would include emergency health services in vital national infrastructure, and we would also ensure proper training, guidance and monitoring on the response to disruptive process in line with the Inspectorate's recommendations so that we can use the existing legislation effectively. I will give way.
Thank you, Lady Paul, for giving way. And she makes a powerful speech and makes some good points and it talks passionately about protesters, and sometimes there is a case and sometimes there isn't. But we should cast our mind back to the BLM riots on Whitehall over a year ago, when during lockdown these gatherings were illegal. Yet at least 2 of our own MPs were on there encouraging these jobbos who were on there. There was burning flags, there was attacking police. Does she agree that that was wrong by her own MPs?
I'm not sure today is the right day for talking about people who have broken lockdown rules. I suspect the honourable member perhaps hasn't seen some of the pictures that the rest of us have been looking at this afternoon. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am very aware that I am taking too much time. We believe that some of the provisions in this bill effectively replicate laws already in place that the police can and already use. There is already an offence to wilfully obstruct a highway. There is already an offence of criminal damage or conspiracy to cause criminal damage. There is already an offence of aggravated trespass. There is already an offence of public nuisance. More than 20 people were arrested for criminal damage and aggravated trespass at Stop Oil protests in Surrey. Injunctions were granted at Kingsbury Oil Terminal following over 100 arrests, and there were arrests for breaching those injunctions, punishable up to 2 years in prison. 9 people were charged. When Extinction Rebellion dumped tons of fertiliser outside newspaper offices, 5 people were arrested. Earlier this year, 6 Extinction Rebellion activists were charged with criminal damage in Cambridge. In February this year, 5 Insulate Britain campaigners were jailed for breaching their injunction. In November, we saw 9 Insulate Britain activists jailed for breaching injunctions to prevent road blockades. Removing people who are locking on can take a long time and require specialist teams, but a new offence of locking on is not going to make the process of removing those protesters any faster. The government should look at the HMIC FRS report and focus on improving training, guidance and looking to injunctions. Madam Deputy Speaker, I can't not attack the issue of stop and search and SDPOs. This bill gives the police wide-ranging powers to stop and search anyone in the vicinity of a protest. For example, shoppers passing a protest against a library closure. The Secretary of State said that the Inspectorate supported these new powers, but those comments were very qualified and talked of, for example, the chilling effect potentially of the stop and search powers. Many of my friends on this side of the House talked about the serious problem of disproportionality, as did the member opposite, and talked about the fact that these were initially rejected by the Home Office because of the impact that they would have. Members who have spent many years campaigning on these issues, like the Right Honourable Member for Hackney North and Stoke Newington, pointed out the risks. These deeply concerning provisions will increase disproportionality, bring peaceful protesters unnecessarily into the criminal justice system and undermine public trust in the police trying to do their job. Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, our national infrastructure needs protecting. We hear the anger and irritation and the upset when critical appointments are missed and children can't get to school and the laws are broken. As our reasoned amendment makes clear, we would support some amended aspects of this bill, but we cannot accept this bill as it stands currently. The proposals on suspicionless stop and search, applying similar order to protesters as we would to terrorists and violent criminals, are unhelpful and will not work. The police already have an array of powers to deal with those protests, and injunctions would be a better tool to use. We cannot stand by as the government tries to ram through yet another unthought-through bill in search of a purpose. So I urge all reasonable members in this place to support Labour's reasoned amendment, and I urge the government to focus instead on their woeful record on crime.
Before I call the Minister, I just want to remind colleagues that it is extremely discourteous to both front benchers not to get back in good time for the wind-ups. And it's also extremely discourteous to spend long periods of a debate out of the chamber. It is important to hear what other people have to say, and those who give speeches and then just disappear for hours really ought to listen to others as well, which would be a courteous thing to do. Minister Kit Malthouse.
As I have done, Madam Deputy Speaker, with pleasure. We have at least had a debate with a vigorous exchange of views, although I'm afraid the debate was largely bifurcated, starting with a group of speeches which I would put in the end of democracy bracket. Here we go, fascism on its way, or indeed North Korea we're about to become, although I'm sure the member for Hayes and Harlington wouldn't think that was an entirely backward step. So the member for Hackley North and Stoke Newington, Bath, Norwich South, Streatham, Middlesbrough, Edmonton, Brighton Pavilion, Salford Eccles, Stockton North, Battersea, all of a kind, predicting the end of democracy as we know it. There were, though, in amongst the froth of outrage and alarm, some nuggets of questions that need to be answered. Most particularly, Madam Deputy Speaker, why we've chosen to bring this bill back now, why it was roundly rejected by the House of Lords. Well, their key criticism was that it hadn't had enough scrutiny in this House. And so here we are, bringing it back as soon as we possibly can for scrutiny of honourable members. A number claimed there was no public support for it, whereas in fact recent polling shows a majority of the British public support it. There was a lot of focus on stop and search and concern about stop and search powers within the bill, and we should all take stop and search powers seriously and look at them with care. But there seems to be a misapprehension amongst a number of members about how this will operate, particularly around disproportionality and demographics. The notion is that the police will authorise an area for the equivalent of Section 60 stop and search, which will be where they believe the protest is likely to take place or where people will approach the protest. Therefore, the demographics of those searches are likely to reflect those attending the protest, rather than generally across the board as we do with other stop and search powers. We do believe that getting ahead of those who are likely to lock on or take other equipment with them to protest will give the police an important head start in stopping some of those very prolonged and difficult protests that they have to deal with, often putting themselves in danger. A number of members asked why key infrastructure such as hospitals or NHS sites aren't covered in the bill. Well, of course, there are already offences covering those areas in other legislation that we don't need to cover here. But there were two speeches in particular which I thought illustrated some of the issues. First of all, the member for Glasgow North East, who was very alarmist in her portrayal of the direction in which the government was going on protest, but nevertheless was not seen throwing herself between Police Scotland and the oil protesters at Clydebank when they were carted off and arrested. And then the conundrum faced by the member for Ealing Central and Acton, which is she has happily accepted restrictions on protest outside abortion clinics and in the previous legislation outside schools and vaccination centres, privileging them, quite rightly, as areas where protesters may come into conflict with those who are obviously going to school or undergoing sensitive medical procedures, or indeed those who are denying vaccination. But I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, can't see the logic of not applying some controls on protest outside other facilities or indeed other people's houses. Then, Madam Deputy Speaker, we moved into some thoughtful speeches, I thought, which added to the debate. First of all, my honourable friend for North East Bedfordshire, who posed some interesting questions that I think we'll have to address at committee stage, and I'm more than happy to engage with him as he ponders this bill, and the chair of the Select Committee, the member for Kingston upon Hull North, who also asked some probing questions that we'll have to give some thought to as the bill makes its passage. We had two interesting speeches, I thought, about the two sides of protest. First of all, from the honourable member for Hayes and Harlington, about a community which has been using protest to further what it regards as its interest against, as he put it, the changing winds of political decision about Heathrow. And then my honourable friend, the member for the cities of London and Westminster, who gave the other side of the argument about living with protest. And having lived in very central London myself for many years, I do know the burden that protest can bring to residents and businesses in that part of town, and how the relentlessness of it, week in, week out, every weekend seemingly, can really prey upon people's standard of living. And then, Madam Deputy Speaker, we come to the frankly hilarious contortions of the Shadow Home Secretary and the Shadow Policing Minister, where we see in full the contradictions that are writ large in the body politic of the Labour Party. First of all, the front bench wants a nationwide ban via injunctions, but not a criminal sanction. She condemns Just Stop Oil and XR, but she's unwilling to do anything about them. And she believes that injunctions, which take sometimes 6 weeks to bring people to justice, will be faster than a criminal offence. Because the truth of this evening is that the Right Honourable Lady's objective this evening is not actually to fashion legislation that will deal with new tactics in public order. It's to get her party through the same lobby in one piece, and at the same time keep her head down, because we know that she has form. Back in 2005, she was the minister in a government that voted, Madam Deputy Speaker, to entirely ban protest within a half a mile of this place. The first arrest, of course, famously, was a woman arrested at the cenotaph reading the names of the Iraqi war dead. She has form on this. They all know it. She's trying to get them through the lobby in one piece. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I thought a very thoughtful speech from my honourable friend and neighbour, Fred Devizes, where I thought he nailed fundamentally the issue with which we are wrestling. As I said in the debate on protest in the PCSC bill, the job of a democratic government is, in any scenario, is to balance competing rights, but most importantly in the area of protest. How do we balance that most fundamental right to make our voices known? I will in a moment. To make our voices known, to protest about those things that are important to us and try and bring about change. And as he quite rightly said, this is about balancing the moral force against physical force, and that the use of moral force is legitimate in a democratic society, but the use of physical force to bring about what you want to see is less so.
The Minister talked about his bill, which extends the powers of stop and search. Could he confirm that the bill will make it possible for the police to be stopping and searching people to try and find something that makes noise, such as a boombox, because that could contribute to a protest offence, or could also involve the stopping and searching of peaceful passers-by walking through Parliament Square?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, it would depend which part of the bill they're using for those powers, but in essence they would be stopping and searching people looking for equipment that could be used in the commission of an offence. I know the Honourable Lady won't want to confuse colleagues, but she is possibly confusing the conditions that can be placed on a protest as opposed to the criminal offences that may ensue from a protest. And the police will use their stop and search powers in dealing with those criminal offences. But as just to return to my thread, as my honourable friend said, we can't allow our tradition of liberty to be used against us. And sadly, over the last few years, we have seen time and again protesters, so-called protesters, abusing our fundamental rights to make our views known, to bring about their opinionated aggression, impacting on people's lives in a way we feel is unwarranted. When I was a young politics student at university, I was taught by a member of the Labour Party, a great liberal thinker called Professor Hugh Barrington, who once said to me in a lecture I've never forgotten, being a liberal democracy doesn't mean lying back and allowing yourself to be kicked in the stomach. Sadly, Madam Deputy Speaker, too many of these protesters, so-called protesters, actually masquerading as protesters but really criminals, are bringing about opinionated aggression which we believe is unacceptable. We know we have the support of the majority of the British public. The rights of the British public have likely been laid aside by members on the opposite side, and they have been championed this evening by the member for Ipswich, Dudley North, Runnymede and Weybridge, Stockton South, Peterborough and Ashfield, and in particular, yet again, by the member for Stoke-on-Trent North, were a bravura performance in defence both of the ancient right of protest, but also of the ancient British quality of proportion and moderation in everything, by all means.
Will my right honourable friend remember very recently visiting my constituency of Peterborough and seeing for himself, he met police officers, he met members of the public, and he met many fine people in my constituency. Would he agree with me that the majority of the people in my constituency support this bill and support the powers contained within it?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do agree with him, but you don't have to take it from me. You can take it from any polling that's been done recently that shows the majority of the British people support the measures we are taking. But he brings me to my final point, which was very neatly illustrated when I visited Peterborough. Look at their work on knife crime. What the British people actually want is for their police officers, men and women, to spend their time fighting crime. Not detaching protesters from fuel gantries, not unsticking them from the M25, not having to surround fuel dumps in Essex so that the petrol can get out to people who need it to go about their daily business. They want them to be catching rapists and putting them behind bars, detecting paedophiles and making sure that they pay for their crimes, stopping young people of all types being murdered on a regular basis. This is what we want our police officers to do. This bill will release them to do that job, and I hope the House will support it.
Order. The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been proposed, as on the order paper, the question is that the amendment be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby.